You are listening to the Mantic Universe podcast. I'm Chris, and as ever, I'm joined by my good friend Clem.
Hi, everybody.
And our good friend Gerry. Hey, Gerry.
Oh, you brought me back. What a rookie mistake that was.
You and your drunken boasts to come back, honestly.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us, Gerry. It's a delight to have you back as it was the first episode. Mark may join us, but he is at work on a Sunday. And also he's been obviously helping us a lot with, lore related. He's been doing a lot of work with Wiki Dave behind the scenes, and he's doing a lot of stuff. And very much like me, he's hit a wall with this is all the time I have to give to Mup. As much as he'd like to join us, there are limits. So he might join us later, but that would just be a nice bonus, dear listener.
Pretty good episodes, I have to say. I mean, I'm very happy if he makes it to the monthly, but I'm also really enjoying the lore, the narrative episodes that he's been doing. And it's always nice, to have content that you can listen to that you haven't been a part of. So
it is fun, isn't it?
Enjoy that very much, yes.
I really loved they had a little chat about the orcs. And very much enjoyed that. That was great. And I think out of all of us, Mark definitely actually knows. Actually, although Gerry might be all right. But I think, Clem, if you or I were put on with Wiki Dave, we would just be going, I don't know. Sure, that sounds good. Whereas Mark actually knows enough that he can go, oh, well, in first edition, Morgoth was a cabbage. I don't know.
Right. You know me. I would be making shit up. I would just be like, oh, yeah, no, I'm sure it's like this, right? No, that's in fantasy. No, that's in this other game. Oh, no, that's in Tolkien. And yeah,
Exactly. Oh, wait, that was Star Wars. Hang on. No, I've got this. Exactly.
Nobody knows what happened in first edition. You can make up whatever you want. It's a big open field to roam around in.
It sounds like anything goes in first edition. I've got this sword where if I roll a 4 now, your unit's just dead. That's the Warhammer lineage right there. Super, guys. So thank you for joining us, dear listener. So what are we talking about today? So welcome on the menu. We're doing our introduction, our Warpath, FireFight and Deadzone, our latest news. And then we're going to talk about our Pannithor Kings of War. We're going to talk about, for Pannithor, we're doing the Edge of Sanity campaign, where Clem has confidently boasted he's going to explain this all to us. Which would be great. My experience with the Edge of Sanity campaign was buying the box. I haven't quite opened it yet. Trying to log into the website, and I couldn't log in. And so I'm, that's where I am, and I'm hoping Clem can fill in the rest of the gaps.
I think I know why you couldn't log in, because I had a bunch of issues as well. Because it asks for a different login, either the companion or the My Mantic stuff. But I have the same email attached to both of them, and so I had to try both different passwords. It took me 5 minutes to get logged in, so maybe you have something similar, because I'm sure you have a My Mantic and a companion. But anyway, I'm not sure why you needed to log in for the campaign stuff, to be honest. But anyway.
I think so they can track, they can harvest our organs. I mean, details.
Fair enough.
That'll be the answer. But there we go. Yes. But I don't know, Clem. I just use password 1234 for everything, so that normally does the trick. So don't know what went wrong there. Right. Anyway, super.
Worked for Dark Helmet.
And then topic of the month, dear listener, which is to be announced.
It's a surprise even for ourselves.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We'll see where the conversation. We'll see where our rambling takes us, dear listener. Fantastic. There we go, guys. So yes. Good. Thank you for joining me. So, yes, Clem, there's an apology we've got here, something to do with the Cronius.
Well, I'm pretty sure when we did the review of the Clash 25 book, I had obviously a quick look at the Force of the Abyss, because that's one of the armies that are my candidates for 25. And I saw the profile of the Cronius. I was like, oh my God, that's so great. I definitely want 2 of those, right? And after the show, I realized, wait a second, did that thing change for 25, or was it just change in 24 or 23? Because I haven't played Force of the Abyss, I guess, since 21. And sure enough, I checked on the companion, and the profile was exactly the same as the one into the new book. So I was very excited about the change that happened maybe 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. Who knows? Obviously not me. So sorry if I got you excited about Acroneus and it didn't change a tiny bit. It's just I suck at it. And yeah.
I feel like apologizing for mistakes is going to set a dangerous precedent. So let's retract that apology. There's the therapy album. Right. Never apologize, never explain. That's the way to go.
Right. Let's say, okay, so it's a
healthy way to live your life.
Yeah, it's a fake apology. It's kind of like just for a good laugh. Like, oh my God, it's so great. It's changed so much. And then it didn't change at all. It's like,
sorry, you all ran out and bought 3 Chroniuses. Yes. Sorry, not sorry. Great. Oh, perfect. Oh, I've got to make an apology to my friend Alex, who may or may not be listening, for playing the Worm Riders as Defense 5. They were really good as Defense 5 with Regen 4. Really, really good. I think they may have been Defense 5 previously, but maybe I was just cheating. Who knows? It's a very, very
it's a thin line. Yeah.
Oh, they
What's
were
the
really
difference?
good, though, Clem. Very powerful.
Yeah. I mean, I had the case, a guy on UB deploying one more horde of Drakons in a game, Oops.
I mean, a 3 horde of Drakons, that seems fair enough.
It was kind of a struggle.
People complaining elves are winning too, But
he was playing elves for a start, so that's already the first red flag. That's true.
Exactly, that's exactly what it is, Clem. But I tell you what, I think elves are always a nightmare to balance in war games because, of course, elves are the most intelligent. They're also really fast, really nimble. They're amazing at shooting. They're the best at magic. We all know that. They're also really good with they're great at everything, and they don't have a big downside. So all you can really do is just make them really expensive, and then that's a very, very tricky balance. So I think elves are, thinking about it, they're probably one of the hardest factions to balance because if you have orcs, they're good at fighting and rubbish at everything else.
Yeah, no, I agree. We should remove elves from the games and would be all so much better for it.
I don't think we need to remove elves, just all elf players, because they're the problem.
Right. We could keep elves and paint them green. Should we get started with the episode before we digress even further?
Jerry,
I like this conversation. I think you should double down on this one. Did you know all elves are racists? Nobody would be glad to see the back of the elves more than I. They are just the worst, the absolute worst people. They treat humans like pets. It's just shocking, absolutely shocking. At least the Twiglet-kin are honest about their goals. Whereas we're all thinking, look at these lovely Drakon riding elves. They're really nice people. We should be doubling down on those. Just herd them back into their city and burn it down around them. That would be fair.
Just sneaky and I agree. I'm 100% behind you on this one.
I'm looking forward to the questions for last month, but I think we're going to die on this hill, guys. This is fine. Super. So, guys, on that bombshell, let's talk about Mantic news. It's normally later in the episode. We normally get less complaints because we normally have these conversations when we're all very tired. So, start as you mean to continue, guys. So, guys, Clash of Kings, the book has come out. The book that we reviewed absolutely perfectly with no mistakes, Clem, is out.
Yeah, and I guess people have even received it. We've heard some people ask questions. I mean, I've seen on Facebook on the various faction groups, like people, you can see like all the gears turning in everyone's head. Okay, how am I adjusting my list or making my new list? So that's always pretty cool when everyone, gets the new book and, starts to think about what they're going to do with it and so on and so forth. So, yeah, I like this time of the year. Chris?
I felt a little bit sorry for people, actually, who were pasting on the Facebook Fanatics group saying, I've seen so many photos of people enjoying their books and I can't have one yet. So I did feel a little bit of sympathy. Guys, did you listen to, and I'll put you on the spot here, Danny and I did I think I called it Command Dice Rerolled. We did a quick little episode to give Danny a rebuttal on the Command Dice.
Yes, I did. I'm still waiting for actual arguments in favor of it. I heard 2 guys ramble for an hour or close to an hour, but no.
It's only 3/4 of an hour. Let's not gild the lily here. There's only 45 minutes of rambling.
Fair. No, that's right. I could listen to everything during my slow commute. So yeah, it was 45 minutes.
Whereas this is 3 hours of quality rambling, dear listener.
Yeah, we just
quality rambling for a better war game. So, guys, was there anything in there that stood out or made you think, rethink things? Because Danny, bless it, I'm sorry, I'll just interrupt my own question there, as I tend to, because Danny quite rightly said, "Hey, Chris, you didn't invite me to your love fest. I've not seen this book you're all talking about. I don't like this. We need room for contrary opinions." So I thought, yeah, actually, Danny, you're right. Let's get you on, give you a chance to to have your opinion, have your say,
Yeah, I mean, I think I have the impression it's almost like a religious belief at that point, right? Like if you start with the opinion that the game is as it is, shouldn't be modified further, like it gets commandized, then I'm not sure there's much that could happen or that anyone can tell you to convince you otherwise. And on the contrary,
Clem, are we talking about Command Dice or the US election that's happening in a couple of days?
Let's stick to Command Dice. It's a lot more interesting. But yeah, no, I feel like I'm not that attached to the dice, to be honest. Like if someone decided to just not do them and just remove them from the game, I was like, oh well, that sounded like a good idea. It would have made a few games interesting. It would have let me try something new. But I don't know. Ultimately, I feel like I can understand the opinion that Kings of War is a great game. Just leave it be how it is. There's no need to make big changes to it and just let it how it is, and we'll all enjoy it how it is. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I personally, I'm getting a bit tired of it. I still enjoy it a lot when I play, but I definitely want to play other stuff. And so if the game changes slightly, then it kind of gives me a bit more motivations to try new stuff again and again. But again, I'm building army number 6 at this point, so maybe I've played this game too much.
Clem, funnily enough, I've never been more interested in the game. I'm pretty obsessed with it at the moment. So it's interesting you said that. Gerry, anything to add before we move on?
No, I'm still in the position I was in. I like them as an addition. I think they're going to be great fun for narrative players, and I think tournaments have the option of including them or not. So there's no point in throwing the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. Just give it a try and see how it works. So many people have declared the sky's falling before they've even rolled the dice and seen how they behave in game, and there's nothing game breaking in there. So yeah, it's not really even a gotcha or gimme. But then, having played so much Deadzone and FireFight, I'm already on board with the Command Dice anyway, so I don't really see the massive objection. I've seen some people complaining that it adds too much to learn rules wise. You're like, well, it's one dice roll at the start of the turn, and then all the rules are just already in the game. You're just changing how things work slightly. So
I worry a little bit about a war game that stops trying to innovate, because I could imagine a situation where everyone goes, oh yeah, a game is really good. I never play it anymore because I play other things, because I've played that loads and now I'm moving on. So I think I think you have to do something. You can't just leave a game and say, right, well, that's done, and expect people to play it. I suppose, having said that, I still play Antares, but haven't played it in a while. But yeah, but it's interesting stuff, guys. Super. So Command Dice, we touched on that. The Mantic Vault.
You're going very fast, Chris. I think the notes, you forgot some bits of the notes. Did you get any of the new Forces of the Abyss? Did anyone get any of this stuff, or because there's been a bunch of stuff released, right?
I'm going to get the 2-player starter box to get the new book. So I will technically get some Abyss, but that's, for the time being, that's as far as I'm going to go.
But they haven't released a new starter set yet with Abyss, have they?
No. When that inevitably comes out, I'm assuming that's going to be the new 2-player starter box, right?
Trident Realms and Abyss.
Yeah. So when that comes out, I'll get that as a way of getting the book. So I will technically get some Forces of the Abyss models. I'll probably do the same as I've done with the Ogres and do a little ambush force with them and leave them in the shop so people can borrow them. I do really like them, but I have no plans to do the army in the foreseeable future.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I'm still kind of thinking about lists and so on, but I guess I'll talk more about it in the Kings of War section. But yeah, I'm definitely getting 2 ambush boxes at some point soon. And but yeah, no, it's otherwise a nice little release, and it's exciting to see the miniatures also make their way into people's hands and how they paint them and so on. So yeah, I also like this part of it.
I would like to get a Lord of Lies. I mean, for example, if we go to Clash of Kings next year, and I really want to, I'm assuming I will. And if I can get an XL goodie bag, then the Lord of Lies will definitely be the Titan model I get. And I just to enjoy painting it, to be honest. It looks awesome. Fantastic. Super. So maybe if we move on to talk about the vault. So Abyssal Dwarves.
Yeah, they were, I think it's the November release, right? It's mostly Abyssal Dwarf stuff. A lot of it for Kings of War, obviously. Like some of them are Vanguard models, I suppose. And there are also some ships, is that right? But it's every single thing for Abyssal Dwarf, which was quite exciting because they released already some, like the, what are they called, the Nightmares, I think, like the Aberrations. Whatever they're called. Grotesques. Yeah. That's the correct word. Thank you, Gerry. These guys and the Hexcaster, I believe, were also a few months ago, like 6 months ago, even maybe. The Hellfane was also was it the 1 year
yes, it was. Model? It was the thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. So pretty cool stuff already. But now I think we have close to everything that is resin in the vault for Abyssal Dwarfs, or pretty close at least. Because for some reasons, I was looking at Immortal Guards, so it's kind of like one of the elite troops for them. And I was trying to figure out, wait, is that a metal or like a resin addition to the normal sprue? Or can I make Immortal Guards with the two-handed weapons that are already on the vault? Or how can I make Immortal Guards if for whatever reason I wanted to make them, not that spoiler alerts. And now they've released all of those bits to the vault, so it's pretty exciting. So yeah, it's a bit sad that there was no sci-fi bits, no sci-fi elements at all in November. But to be honest, I've looked again at the vault, like I've looked at the summer releases, and I kind of missed how much they actually released throughout the summer. The custom Deadzone teams. Actually, so some of those models are brand new sculpts, which is pretty cool. But they've also released a bunch of sci-fi models, like the Marauders. A bunch of the Marauders stuff is now available through the vault. And it's just, it might be listed as the stunt boat, but it's the first thing is the name of the special character in the Deadzone team, and turns out it's the stunt boat model. And I just didn't connect the dots earlier. I said, oh yeah, it's a Deadzone team. Whenever I want to try a custom Deadzone team, I look at those models, but for now, it's not really for me. Actually, there's a lot more there. So yeah, cool stuff.
It's easy to skip. It's easy to skip over things quicker than we should, really, isn't it? To be honest, but. It was pretty close actually to us doing a Abyssal Dwarf army this year instead of Trident Realm, so I could very much see myself doing one for next year, to be honest. But it's getting way into the future, things might change. But yeah, I really do like that army. It's super cool. Evil dwarfs, that's the way to go. Big monsters, weird freak type things. That's the way to go.
Gerry, I think you have some of those, right?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Just a couple or something, right?
Well, I don't have the Immortal Guard. I don't have the Resonado parts for the plastics. So I don't have the Immortal Guard parts, but I have the Hellfane and I have the Vanguard characters, which are all in there. And I have the caster on Abyssal Halfbreed? No, Abyssal something or other. The massive
winged halfbreed.
Winged halfbreed, that's it. I've got him as well. Although he's in, I'm going to throw this one out here. Anybody who's after him, get him in resin, because mine has a massive metal head on it, and it attaches to the Tyrant of Halpi plastic dragon, and he's very front heavy. So he can only ever attack uphill, because if he attacks downhill, he's just going to smash every miniature in front of him when he face plants into them.
Sounds like a proper Abyssal Dwarf technique to headbutt with a very heavy head.
Yeah.
Sounds very thematic.
It's definitely one way of doing it. But I have to say those Vanguard sculpts, and I've got the new plastic Abyssal Dwarves, and I have an old Abyssal Dwarf army as well. But the new plastics are lovely, but the resin sculpts are beyond belief. The two heroes, the Immortal Guard heroes from Vanguard that are in there, are absolutely stonking. Just really fine, intricate detail on the armor. They're one of my favorite looking models, even without paint on them. I think anybody who wants to take a look at dwarves should definitely take a look at possibly running Abyssal Dwarves. I just had a quick look at the vault. The first half of those Abyssal Dwarves came out in October 2023, so it's a year since the grotesques and the other heroes were dropped. I think the only thing we're missing now is the chariot. I don't think the slave driver chariot has been released yet.
You're right. I think it was a year ago because there was a 2-player starter set with the Twilightkin and the Abyssal Dwarfs. That's why they released Abyssal Dwarfs a year ago, because they released some add-on bits for the Twilightkin, like there was a Twilightkin month, or maybe it was a half month, I don't remember exactly, and then they've released some for the latest 2-player starter sets. I think that's what it was.
The guy on the riding the chariot, I was thinking of kit bashing him with some sort of slave orcs, just carrying him on a litter, rather than an actual chariot. And Gerry, you might appreciate this. I've got in the basement somewhere. I've got a massive. Don't ask me how much it costed, or it cost. I've got a massive Legion of Asgore GW army, which is all resin all the time. And of course, GW don't make rules for it anymore. So I've got the models. And bless them, they stopped making rules.
Just one kidney for it, right? Maybe you can.
Well, it wasn't mine. I also have this book. Well, how did you get that so quickly? Yes, I also have this beautiful book. Gerry just, it's Tamaruk or something. It's this leather-bound, beautiful black library book. Yes, I also have that. It's absolutely beautiful.
Tamarkan. It was to be the end times, as told by Rick Priestley. He had 4 books in mind. He did one, then GW sacked him, and then they blew up the old world. I mean, I'm not saying they were better or anything, but let the man do his job.
And then he went away and made Antares. Bless him. Perfect. Yes, play Antares, dear listener. It's amazing. Super.
Yeah. No, I think I was kind of wondering, because now the Vault has been with us for what? Is it 2 years? Yeah.
It's got to be a year and a half at least, yeah.
Yeah, it's getting on to 2 years, because I think it was end of year that they released it. And so I was kind of trying to think, is it better if you have a bit of everything in there, or like have a very specialized release like they've done now with the Abyssal Dwarf? How do you split between sci-fi and fantasy? I don't know. It's I play everything, so I don't mind, But
yeah, I think that's the key, Clem. I think you're absolutely right. So I think, to me personally, for most people, I think a focused release like this is probably better. So you can do an Abyssal Dwarf army. You and I are madmen, and we have many factions for many of the Mantic games. So a little bit of everything kind of is fine for us. It's nice. But I think for most players, and especially new players, that's probably a lot less helpful than, oh, look, I could do a, let's say Salamander's army, and I've got all this Salamander's stuff to get me started. I think that's probably the way to go.
I agree. I think ultimately, so now I just pay, is it £4 a month, like with the gold
if you signed up super early bird, blah, blah, blah. So at that level, I just can, if even just 1 month out of the year is interesting, it's already worth it to pay for the whole service for the whole year almost, right? But I guess I agree with you. Like if you're new into this and you come into the system, like, okay, I play whatever Abyssal Dwarf, which, like, what STLs can I get and where do I just buy them? And so maybe if you have to figure out, okay, there's some stuff spread out in October of last year and in November of this year,
And but wait, there was also one piece that might be interesting for you in July or whatever. Maybe it's a bit more confusing. So at this point, like with a year and a half of back catalog, maybe it would be interesting to be able to browse the stuff from the vault from a different perspective, like army, or like, with a search or like filters or so, and something like this.
Yeah, perhaps you could do both, Clem, as you're suggesting, right? You could browse by month or by faction. That would be cool.
Yeah, and I don't think they've added everything to My Mini Factory yet, right? Because they were supposed to, obviously, because I'm a subscriber to the Vault, I don't really check their My Mini Factory account. But maybe that's where the stuff is sorted out per faction. That would make sense. But anyway, I just wanted to mention I'm quite happy with the Vault lately, and very excited to see what else we get in the future. Like some cool sci-fi stuff, some cool stuff. Period. Anyway, do you want to move on, Chris, and tell us about Halo? Because I haven't followed all the details. I've seen there was a bunch of releases, like a Wave 2 of stuff. Also a second production run for the Wave 1. Is that right? But
yeah, so
you've
actually been keeping up better than I have, quite frankly, Clem. Yes, I haven't been paying attention to the Wave 2 stuff, but what I can tell you is that I've received PDF copies of the language packs for Halo, for German, for example. And last week, my demo tester box arrived, and I've got to be honest, I was expecting, one of those Mantic direct sort of shabby boxes with a couple of models thrown in there, bits and pieces. It's actually a lovely pre-packaged, very professional box. It looks like a board game. It does say in large letters, tester, not for resale. But it comes with 8 models, all the dice, all the tokens. It's a really great little. It comes with a mat, so it really is perfect for running a demo. And I must admit, I was a bit. When we had to sort of ask for one as Pathfinders, there were a few more questions than I was expecting. I was like, is this going to be worth doing? But I can really understand now why they did a bit of vetting to make sure that people were on the up and up. So it's really beautiful. It's only 8 models to paint, so I hope to get that done this week, I hope, although I'm very obsessed with Trident Realms. But in 4 days at the time of recording, I'm actually running some Deadzone demos. So maybe if I get those Halo models painted, I can just bring them along and just go duh, duh, duh. Although, having said all that, I would much rather play Deadzone than Halo, if I'm honest. I'll just hold it back.
Curious about this, right? Because we've said Halo is Deadzone, but not exactly, right? Like there are a few things that work differently, and so now that I've also played Deadzone a bit in the past months, like we don't often have Deadzone content, but this month I do have Deadzone stuff. I'm now curious to see what they actually have done with Halo, like a slightly different mode to play it.
One of the big things that came out, because I have played it, is when it's your turn, your opponent really doesn't do anything unless they're burning command dice. So when you fight, you can't fight back. You can only survive against it, which is something I got wrong in our playthrough because we were doing it the whole game. And then at one point I was going, you can always fight back, Shay, because your choice is fight or survive. And going, I would played for an hour and a half at that stage. And it's like, I threw that one in. And it was like, I'll just do that then. No, you can't. Otherwise, it's fairly Deadzone-y. There's not a huge amount they've stripped out or changed. That's the main one.
Isn't it like because you play with 4 models per side or something like this? Like you respawn and so on.
Yeah.
Right? Like how do you score stuff? That part is kind of different, I guess.
So depending on the scenario, you may have respawns, you might not. But the majority of them do have it. So you get your deployment zone. The same as Deadzone, because it still works on the 3-inch cube, and then you'll have 2 markers you place at the side of the board in predetermined locations that show your spawn points, and they will be a cube. And when a model is taken off the table, if it's activated, it can't do anything this turn. Essentially, you put it back on its card, leave the activation token behind it until the end of the turn, the next time the model is due to activate, though, so either the start of the next round, or if they hadn't activated the turn they were killed, then they can advance onto the board, but your first cube is always at one of the 2 spawn points. If you were killed, any weapons and items you have get dropped on that square, unless you were killed in melee, in which case your opponent can steal the item off you. But otherwise, they respawn there and then just come in. So most do not give you VPs for killing. Some scenarios do, but a lot of them, things like Oddball, give you kill VPs, but only for killing somebody with the Oddball. Otherwise, you get VPs for whatever it happens to be, holding on to the ball, or collecting kit for the stronghold mission, or that sort of thing. But the biggest change,
guy with the flag, maybe, I guess.
Yeah, capture the flag. If you've picked it up and returned it, I think you get a VP, and if you score with your opponent's flag, you get more VPs. But otherwise, because the miniatures are huge, they are. I did an unboxing for on tabletop, and I put the Deadzone, because I'm testing a paint scheme for my Rangers for GCPS, and I put the little Ranger model beside the Halo model, and they're like half the height of the Halo models. They are huge.
Really?
So work on the principle all of the models in Halo are a big 40mm model, so your limit for cube capacity is reduced. You can only have 2 Spartans in a cube. So the models are bigger. It plays with less, and then there's some changes to scoring, but otherwise the rules themselves are fairly.
The core engine itself is still Deadzone, right?
Yeah,
that's good. That's interesting to hear. So yeah,
as far as
then I guess I need to go and get a demo somewhere, I guess.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be somebody out there, Chris, who did. Chris, perhaps Chris.
I'll be up in January. Yeah, I'll be up in January.
You can just hold your wish till then.
When we'll have about 4 hours of daylight a day, if we're lucky, Clem, right?
4 hours.
In Berlin.
Yes.
Yeah,
right.
If we're lucky.
You have lights over the table. You don't need daylight. As far as the Wave 2 stuff goes, it's mostly new models. So I think 8 new sculpts in 2 boxes. So it's 2 boxes of 4. But because the way the game plays, like Deadzone, what they have doesn't make a difference. However, there are different types of Spartan. So and I haven't played Halo since the original, so I'm trying to remember from the game we played. The Mark 7, who's like your captain, plays slightly differently and has different survive level and movement than the Spartan Bulldog. And the Zvezda moves 1 but sprints 3. So they have a starting type of loadout. But that's because you'll be able to play what they're calling war games, where you can list build to a greater extent. So there's some list building at the moment, but essentially everybody's got the same 4 Spartans. With this, you'll be up to 12 Spartans, and you can go, okay, we'll play this points, and I'll have him, and you can have X, Y, and Z, and some new weapons will be added to the game as well. So it's just starting to expand it to make it more Halo-y, I suppose, and more Deadzone-like, where you're not trapped with a specific loadout. You can start playing around with things. So yeah, should be interesting.
Could you see it working with sort of 4 players with 2 Spartans each, or something like that?
Oh yeah,
mayhem.
I think there is actually a team list or team scenario in the book for a 4-player game. I think it's been.
Oh, that sounds cool.
Unfortunately, I left everything up in the studio, which is terrible. I should keep it here beside me, but.
At all times,
yes. With
your massive GW book that you just brought out of nowhere. Guys, are we finished for talking about Halo for now? So I can go on a tangential ramble.
Go for it.
I'm Brandon Rossbond of Winged Hussar Publishing, and you're listening to the Mantic Universe Podcast.
Hi, this is Alessio Cavatore, and you're listening to the Mantic Universe Podcast. So many universes, so little time.
Perfect.
Wait. Did you really ask if you could go on a tangent?
I know.
It's
shocking,
a new man.
Shocking.
It's a new man.
Absolutely. Well, Clem, you were giving me a hard time for going through the notes too quickly, so I thought, oh God, right, I've got to get some credibility back here. What have I become, honestly, dear listener?
Yeah.
Terrible. So I went into a terribly organised game shop in the centre of Frankfurt called Terminal, and there's comic book store, then there's an Asian restaurant, and then there's the game store. So the comic book store and the game store are the same company, with the Asian restaurant sort of in the middle. So I went in, and it's always so it's slap bang in the middle of Frankfurt, so it's super practical. But it's got a couple of major drawbacks. One is that everything costs more than the retail price. And the other one is it's so overly full. It's actually quite stressful walking around there because everything is just piled up in the corridor. I mean, there aren't really corridors. It's just walk around the boxes of games and cardboard and board games, etc. So it's actually, I find it weirdly stressful being in there. But anyway, I went in to ask about running a demo and have a little look and everything. So the very nice person said, yeah, sure, you can come and run a demo, but Kings of War has not sold at all. We're getting rid of it. So people can order it from the store, but we're getting a shot of our stock. And I sort of bit my tongue, actually. I probably should have said something, but the problem is the Kings of War stuff is so flipping expensive in there. Because I was probably about 15 minutes from my old work and walking. And I would go in there thinking occasionally, maybe as a Friday treat, I pick up I think they were called Storm Slayers. They were like the Riftforge Orc, sort of mini giant, the little ones. But I think there was something like €42 for like this little resin model. And it's just, to be honest, that's just a lot of money, So I'd go in there, look, and very rarely buy stuff. Yes, last week or the week before last, Gerry, they had a new game from Corvus Belli called Warcrow, and they had the starter box. And I went, geez, this looks gorgeous. This looks absolutely gorgeous. So, yes, it was very expensive. So I thought, my wife wasn't with me, so I was very tempted. But actually, I stepped away. And but then when I got home later, I sort of Googled it, have a little look, and messaged Gerry to say, Gerry, do you know anything about Warcrow? And you're like, yeah, we had them on. Of course you did. It's good, pretty good. So then, of course, I made the fatal mistake of looking up Gerry's video, and yes, so now I've ordered basically everything in the first wave of Warcrow. But what tipped me over the edge?
Yeah, like out of nowhere, now it's your fault, Gerry. Like you spent.
Don't worry.
New toy,
I get this below nearly every video anyway. This is your fault.
Yes.
I mean, that's a job, right? That's kind of part of the stuff you do.
It's like the drug addicts go, this is all your fault. But it looks, I'll be honest, I think it looks absolutely gorgeous. The game looks fantastic. So at some point I'll be packing up those models and getting someone local to play with me.
Yeah, somehow I didn't look at all at the rule mechanics because I'm like, I just don't need a new game in my life, right?
Oh, sorry, Clem. Just to be clear, that's the last thing. Literally, the last thing I needed in my life was that, and yet I could not say no. Fantasy actually had a pretty good discount. They had something like 20% off or something. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
And apparently, Corvus Belli have run out of stock, so it's
Sounds
really
good.
sold out. Yeah.
But somehow the style of the minis was not really for me. I don't know.
It's interesting you said that because I think they're gorgeous. I think they're
I can see they're really nice. Like objectively, I can say, oh yeah, that's a pretty model. Like it's well done. But none of them I'm like, ooh, I need to have that and paint it. You know what I mean? Like some models, it's kind of like this. It's like, oh, I would really want to assemble it and then paint it and then play with it and so on. These ones are like, yeah, no, they've done a good job, but not really for me. So thank God. Thank God.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's a really interesting proposition because you've got this. The starter box was something like €100 with a bit of a discount. I think I paid 90 for it, which was a good price. And that comes with two, not full factions, but pretty, enough to have a good game. It also comes with some really nice cardstock terrain, a map.
Yeah, it looks like it's actually a very complete starter set. Like that was very interesting. Like I've seen it in
It's
stock.
not the full rule book, but I also bought the full rule book, which I think was about €50 full retail price. But it's absolutely gorgeous. I mean, it's got something like 300 pages of lore in there, and it's really, really, really good lore. So. Yeah, so it looks really fantastic. There's a special character who is basically someone turning into a bear. It looks super, super cool. And while I'm rambling, Gerry, do you remember Corvus? Because I'm too stupid to play Infinity. I'm not clever enough, right? Do you remember a while ago, Corvus Belli did a pretty obscure game called Asteria with an exclamation point?
Yes, it's their sports. It's the sports game that exists within the Infinity universe.
Exactly. So it's sort of like Overdrive or Dreadball. Yeah. I've got anyway. I'm rambling now. I've got a ton of that. That was a really good game.
Weirdly, because it wasn't the Aristea that popped up recently, but somebody commented on Takuri a few years ago. Let's say a few. I'm not sure how many years ago. Let's say a few years ago. There was a rugby game set within the Infinity universe. Again, it's a bit closer to Dreadball than, because Aristea is sort of an arena fight type of game. I'm not really sure. I've never played it, but they'd always talked in the background about Takuri, about this rugby style game, and Infinity were going to make it, or Corvus Belli were going to make it, and then they decided not to. And then some fans went, "Oh, we've come up to this, and would you let us use the Infinity name with it?" So essentially, it was going to be a licensed Infinity product. Then Corvus Belli decided they had too much going on and they couldn't. But somebody else has made this rugby game from the Infinity universe. They're Rampant Designs. I can't remember which. They did they actually did a licensed Infinity Starship combat game, which is all vectored movement, which is absolutely stunning.
I saw that. I was close to, I think it was on Kickstarter or one of those crowdfunding. I was close to backing it and thought, no, what if Mantic do something similar? Then I'll be in a difficult position. Yeah.
Well, there is, so it means there is actually a Dreadball equivalent for Infinity out there. And Takuri, it's relatively small. There's not a huge amount of teams. I don't know if they've got a team for every faction in Infinity, but it is rugby. It's not, obviously most people play things like Blood Bowl where it's American football. No, this is rugby on the tabletop in the Infinity sci-fi universe. It's bizarre, but good.
That sounds really cool, pretty niche, but also pretty cool. Yeah.
That does sound cool. Cool. Right. I think that's probably enough of my weird tangents, guys. So, Clem, the Epic Warpath rulebook is about ready. What's going on, Clem?
Yeah. So there has been update on Kickstarter where they announced that the production is about ready. And they're working now on the design for manufacturing part of the actual models, like the sprues. So they have the skulls, and then they need to adjust them a little bit so that they actually can be made into plastic sprues. And as a playtester, I also got the kind of the final PDF. Hey, here is the book that is about to go to final layout. Please review, read through, and make comments if you see anything. So yeah, no, the game is making progress is kind of the information here. And I'm still as excited as ever to receive my mountain of plastic. And it'll be interesting. I think they've said March initially. And it's interestingly, it's different than a FireFight, because initially I was worried, we already have FireFight. Isn't it just the same thing but with smaller models? But no, it is a different game. Like, it plays differently and so on. So yeah. Gerry.
Were you in the original playtest Facebook group when there was just the very, very small playtest rules? Because I'm curious if there's much of a change between what we got at the very start, because I never went in for the playtest group because I knew I wouldn't have time, but I was in the initial Facebook group, so I got those rules.
So I think I joined for round 2 of the playtest, because from what I understand, they had kind of an alpha playtest, is probably what you're mentioning now, and then a slightly more open beta that I was hired for. Like, they've just made an announcement like, hey, if you're interested in this, please send us a message explaining why or something like this, which I did, obviously, and got in. And I played a few games locally. Like, I laser cut some proxy, like anti-bases. I played online as well on UB. But I think it's a different different thing from what you got. And there were quite some changes. Like the core mechanics of the game, I would say are the same. It's more, rephrasing some things, or I think the artillery rules have changed also over time. Some of the things have been simplified a little bit. Some others have been clarified, but the core idea is probably the same. And then the army lists, from what I've seen, have changed quite a bit. At some point, the GCPS, the plague zombies were crazily strong. I remember I played one game with zombies that just murdered everything they touched. It's more they were extremely hard to kill, and they still could fight back quite a bit. So it's always interesting when you do playtests, right? It is literally a test, and the game for some parts might not work. And so it's an interesting experience.
So all the feedback Clem's given is plague is not good enough. Make plague zombies stronger.
Of course, yeah. Please boost GCPS, please boost plague, and that's it. No.
Forge Brothers should have rubbish armor. Yeah.
Yeah. Can we remove the Brocker from the game? I think they play no role in here. Just remove.
That's it. I'm out. I want my money back.
But anyway, no, it's just to mention that it's easy to think, okay, well, I've thrown a bunch of money, more than I want to think about, at them for a Kickstarter last spring or early last year, and you don't hear about it. But actually, stuff is going on behind the scenes, and so I just wanted to report back a little bit on this and share the excitement.
Is your name going to be in the book?
It is, yeah. Well,
that's really cool. That is really cool.
Yes.
Gerry, I bet you've had your name in dozens of books by now, but I'd love to have my name in a book.
Nobody would want to admit that they had to rely on me for anything.
Well, I think no. So wait.
Yeah, but Gerry, I feel that's more in your personal life than your professional life, I would say.
To be honest, my name is on the book as a playtester. That means if anyone thinks the game is shit or poorly balanced,
it's entirely your fault.
It's my fault. It's not Mantic's fault, right?
They're putting your personal email address in there. It's not Matt.
Exactly.
Matt.gilbert@mantic.com. It's Clem. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. No, it is what it is, right? We created a perfect game, and then playtester messed it up, and that's their fault if now it's not balanced, right? That's how it works. At least that's what I thought I signed for.
And it's got command dice, doesn't it? Just in case you're listening, Danny.
Like all good Mantic games.
And D8s. Super. Moving on swiftly. Perfect, guys.
Just last thing. Even if you haven't backed it necessarily, there is a short story on the latest Kickstarter update or whatever they're called. So if you're curious about, kind of the mood of Epic Warpath, go ahead and read. This is just a short story, a mood setting short story.
Was it written by Rob Berman?
It was not.
No goblins.
Okay.
No
it's
goblins.
worth going there just to see the GCPS mech, which is going to be there super heavy.
The art piece is very good. I agree. Yeah. No, that's the model is nice. And the art piece, I really liked what they've done here. I think it looks really cool. So yeah, again, just get excited for this one because it is coming.
Nice. And Clem, what's this about free booklets?
I just wanted to mention, I think I complained, was it in an episode or on the Facebook group, hey, can I get a bunch of...
Not you, Clem, no.
Complaining about stuff? No, never. Some of the free rules for Kings of War and FireFight. Now, there's still none for Deadzone. I don't know why, but FireFight and Kings of War have it. And I say, yeah, can I just get 10 of them or whatever, blah, 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 blah. And turns out someone from Mantic told me, well, just whenever you make an order, just ask for 10 of them, and that's it. You'll receive 10 of them. And so I tried it, and I got 10 Kings of War, 10 Firefights. Stupid as I am, I didn't, have anything else to order right then, so I just ordered these ones, meaning my free booklets cost me the 15 euros of shipping when, you have an order for €0, then you kind of have to pay shipping, so that's fair. But what I did not anticipate is the customs apparently got a bit confused by a shipment of €0. And so I got a bunch of letters. It took forever, and I had to pay an additional 15 euros as customs processing fee to tell them, no, look, it's a free sample, blah, blah, blah. So my free booklets ended up costing me 30 euros. It's like...
That's harsh.
Gerry, you've got your borders back, you know.
I mean,
yeah.
Well, I don't, so I'm fine. Don't mind me, because I'm in Northern Ireland. So we still count as part of the single market and the customs union. So we don't have. Of course
you do.
I can order from anywhere I want, and it costs me nothing extra. But what I will say is, you could have been in a much worse state. I sent a partner in Denmark, and I sent her a Christmas box of stuff I'd been collecting up over the year. And whenever I went to send it to her, they asked for, customs form to be filled in. I'm going, I don't need to fill a customs form in. No, you have to. It's the new rules post Brexit. And this was the post office were telling me this. And I'm going, no, you're wrong. And they went, I'll fill it in anyway, but you're wrong. And when I filled it in and sent it, the Danish post service, Post Nord, got very confused. And they decided there wasn't enough correct detail. And here's a little nugget for anybody who's ever posting anything to Denmark. They don't return parcels that fail. They destroy them. And some of the models in there were things. She spent a couple of weeks. I spent several weeks texting back and forth, going up the chain of command in customer service until we got to like a supervisor. And I was one day away from flying over to Copenhagen and just going around personally because I'm going, you cannot destroy that box. There are things in that box that haven't been in production for 30 years. You destroy that box and I will hurt you all. So be very careful if you're ever having to deal with Post Nord. They are terrible. But yeah, as far as shipping stuff goes, UK, EU, doesn't matter to me. It's all still the same as before.
Good for you, Gerry. But Gerry, you can't leave that story there. What happened? Did she receive the package?
She did eventually. We ended up quoting the Danish government's own advice on postal services to the Danish postal service, where they went ... after Brexit they have to do this, excluding Northern Ireland. And because I have a big Sharpie marker, I wrote Northern Ireland everywhere on the box when I was shipping it anyway. So it was like you couldn't move it without seeing a huge handful of writing. But yeah, at that point you're going, it's easier just to fly. That was during COVID when it was not easy to get out of the country. Let's put it like that. But I'm still very annoyed. That's a terrifying new record. And so I guess they released the box and then suddenly it was eaten alive by a dog, but like normal shipping mistakes, like shipping issues. But they released it. Yeah. They released it. She finally got it. If anybody ever wants to hear horror stories about Post Nord, let me know, because I've got dozens of them from her. They're amazing.
I have to go in Mupp shorts if I'm honest, Gerry. This is quite a niche. It's quite niche. Super. Great. But anyway, so I just wanted to report... Yes, it works. If you want to get more books, like the free booklets, you can ask for more than just one. I've tried it for you guys, and it works. And I think I've got an email from, what's his name, the Pathfinder manager. And I think they are now thinking about making a box with some free sprues, some booklets, some goodies, and some stuff. And I'm very excited about it because I think it's a good idea. I'm pretty sure we've been asking about this before. Yeah, I mean, just as a sprue of one of the newer sprues, just to show people and give out to new players, I think is such a brilliant idea. Because I think if you just give one sprue of infantry or cavalry to somebody, very, very likely they'll be coming back. I mean, we talked about it before, but I mean, there was a new Italian guy last week for Kings of War. And, I lent him models and I just gave him, an undo button and a little widget, angle widget thingy, 45 degree, 90 degree angle thingy. And honestly, it makes such a difference to people, and it's amazing how these kinds of things aren't necessarily common with other games. So just a tiny bit of generosity goes a long way in wargaming. So and in life in general, I would say, dear listener, be nice to people. It's amazing where it gets you. It is a nice thing to do. Yeah, the booklets I've seen. When past few weeks I've been playing at the shop or like at kind of a club, and if you have someone curious that just stops by and has a look or something, you can very quickly
spend 2 minutes chatting with them or like explaining to them some things that happen in the game right now, and you can hand them over a booklet. It's like, oh, you're interested, or you're curious about Kings of War, or you're curious about Firefight. Well, there you go. Here's the rule book. All of the rules that you need to play are right here. So if you have 5 minutes, you can just skim through it. And if you like it, please keep the book and take it home. Like it's for you. Like it's a free sample with everything. And I'm happy to give you a game at some point.
So, Clem, sorry, buddy, I have to interrupt you again, although you were pretty much finished. Yes, along with my Halo playtesters copy, they included about 6 copies of the Kings of War, as you said, the quick little free rules. Immediately gave one to the Italian guy. I've given 5 to JD to keep behind the counter of the shop, just to so people can see, and if anyone shows an interest, they can have it. And I hang on to 1 actually, because I realised I don't usually bother bringing my rule book with me, so just having 1 that I can actually just show people quickly is actually also super useful. Very, very good. Thanks, Mantic. Good idea. And a couple of free sprues. It's going to cost you 3 cents or something, but it's going to bring you a lot of goodwill.
Sell those boxes. Like, I'm not even asking you to give them for free to Pathfinders. Like, offer them, hey,
totally.
Give us $10 or $20 or whatever it costs you.
Yeah, you're right, Clem.
Cost.
You're right. Particularly, Clem, because there's. I mean, we talked about it loads, right? But there is, rightly or wrongly, there's that perception among grognards or whatever it is that, Mantic, they don't make good models. Well, here's one of their latest sprues. Look how nice and sharp this is. This is gorgeous.
Yeah, and it shuts down the discussion right away. I mean.
Exactly.
And over and over and over again, when I have people stop by the table and say, "Oh, what are you guys playing? Oh, Deadzone. Oh, yeah, well, I've heard about it. It's from Mantic. Yeah, I don't like the miniatures." It's like, "Oh, really? Well, look, they're right here." It's like, "Oh, you're right. No, they're actually quite nice. Like, let me see. Ooh, yeah, no, I really like it. Yeah, I didn't have this impression from looking at the pictures." So like, yeah, over and over again. It's like the reverse catfish, Mantic specialty, right?
Yeah, exactly. We don't want too many customers. Do you know what I mean? I mean, if we really show how good our stuff is, we don't want the wrong kind of customers just coming in, buying our models, We've got to make people really work for it.
Yeah, then you just need to get a larger warehouse and manage a bigger team and...
That's like right. Payroll's going to be more work.
Yeah, you have to share
remember more
profits.
Names at the Christmas party. Oh, good point, Clem. Nightmare.
Discuss what to do with the profits at the shareholder assembly.
Who parks where? Ronnie can't have 3 parking spaces anymore with his giant van thing.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare.
I will say very quickly on the selling it point of view. I think you're bang on. Not that Pathfinder should have to pay for their stuff, but that should be something that trade accounts can buy so that they can have it, and if people are interested, you can go, this is free, here you go, and it contains 20 books, 20 sprues, whatever it happens to be, or 10 sci-fi, 10 fantasy, and within it, because it doesn't necessarily need a Pathfinder who is going to be available to play it, but it should certainly be at the point of sale for any store that is a Mantic stockist.
So, Gerry, that was an awesome idea, and I was just about to add to that. I think actually trade stores like this, they should be, wherever possible, they should be linked to a Pathfinder. So, Quest Hub I should be linked in, I should be responsible, because at the moment those two systems don't interact. But yeah, no, that's a really cool idea. Super.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, when I said buy the box, it's like, don't make it an elite special hidden thing. Just put it on the store, and then if you want to buy it, it's on the store and it's available and it's kind of at cost or whatever. And then Pathfinders, we get credits, right? Like anytime you do a demo, you get, what is it, £50 or €50 or whatever of in-store credits.
Correct.
I'd rather use these credits to buy more stuff to do demos. I mean, that's already what I do. Like I buy terrain for the club and so on. But if out of those, whatever, €50 or something, I can spend half of it in, please send me a pile of sprues and free booklets. And that's how you support the efforts that I'm doing here. That'd be a perfect deal for me, I think. And for everyone involved, ultimately. Anyway.
Yeah, quite right, Clem. Help us, help you. What was that terrible Tom Cruise where he's the agent and help, Anyway, never mind. Let's move on, dear listener, before anyone makes
movie reference.
Show me the money.
If it's not a 1980s horror film, I don't know anything about it. Yeah, show me the Gerry. What was it called? Was it called Gerry?
I want to say it was Gerry O'Connell, but that may just been his character. I don't know. Who knows? Jerry Maguire.
Jerry Maguire. There we go.
It was an Irish name. I knew it had to be an Irish name, even though they spelled Jerry incorrectly. But
I guessed Jerry, and I thought, have I just guessed Jerry because Jerry's here? Is that it's Clement something? I don't know. I don't know.
Hey everybody, this is Mike Rossi, Winged Hussar's second best dwarf author, and you're listening to the Mantic Universe Podcast.
The Mantic Universe Podcast. So much universe, so little time.
Good. I think we're doing very well, guys. Thanks to for sticking with us. Absolutely,
hour
guys,
and a half in, so we're fine. It's
map style, guys. This is just. It's just toys. Friends talking about toy soldiers, as we always say. Good. Super
Next
guys.
Point.
So
yes,
Advent calendars. Let's do this one pretty quickly. Has anyone ordered any of the Advent calendars? They also have a sci-fi one I've seen.
I haven't yet, but I think I'm tempted by the sci-fi one, to be honest. I'm curious about it. I like the general idea of a small, very cheap game, because I love Blitzball and all of the small boxes that GW is putting out in Barnes & Nobles and similar shops in Germany. And I think this is really, really good. Like, this is a very good thing to do. And I'm curious to see what they'll be doing for that one. And the sci-fi one sounds more interesting to me as an actual game. I don't care so much that it's in an advent calendar form, but that's about it.
Well, I picked up the fantasy one last year, which was good fun. Obviously, it had the resin miniatures, which you don't get this year. They're all plastic, although being pre-built plastics will be probably better for actual people out there with kids who are buying them for them. Interesting thing for me is, because I've got the pair of them, Barroom Brawl is 2 to 4 players, and I've seen somebody on Tablepot Base of War community had got it last year and went, can't actually play it because he plays solo games. His family aren't gamers, aren't interested, doesn't have kids. But the Space Pest or Pest Control Advent Calendar is a solo game. So not only have they got 2 Advent Calendars this year, depending on your favorite genre, they've also got 2 different sizes. So 2 to 4 players, good for sort of middling families, and then 1 to 2 players, handy for smaller families, single parents, whatever it happens to be. Also, the Barroom Brawl was the inside of the Advent calendar for the fantasy one. The sci-fi one, they've had to include a separate map. It's huge. It's like a 20 by 20 hex grid. So I'm curious to see how it plays out. I didn't go any further into it because I didn't want to spoil anything. But definitely the Pest Control I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting that one. And as I said, it sounds really interesting. And it's kind of like, I was thinking about one of my nephews is 9 and turning 10, and he lives in a different country, quite far away. I was like, oh yeah, I really want to get some, some miniatures, or like some of the stuff that Uncle Clem is doing, because that's pretty cool. And I'm like, great. What do I get for this kid, right? I'm like, maybe I could buy him Dungeon Saga Origins, like the small starter box. But although it's really nice, I'm afraid it's a bit too much, or because it's literally an ocean away, I cannot be there when he opens the box and be like, okay, here's how it goes. Let me play a game with you, or let me show you how it works, or let's paint a miniature together and so on. And I'm not, like, none of his parents actually are into tabletop in any way. So, I mean, they can read and so on. So they could probably just approach it like a normal game, like a normal board game. But
it's not the same, is it, Clem? It's not.
Yeah,
not
in a way.
The same.
Right.
You lose something.
Exactly. And so I was kind of thinking, should I get him one of those advent calendars because it's a tiny thing and there's kind of a festive aspect to it. Like you open a thing every day, and then I also have one, and so we have an excuse, every day or at least every week you have a quick video call because again, one ocean away. Hey, what did you get this week? Hey, what did you do with it? So yeah, that's kind of like my idea to.
Have you thought about painting the stuff together, maybe on a Zoom call or something, like trying to, because you'll have exactly the same stuff if you also get one. That sounds really cool to me. It's not the same as being there in person, but
yeah,
far off.
That could be a thing. So what I know also is that kid is very artistic. Like he likes to paint stuff and crafts things. Like he's painted the pumpkin for Halloween that was really nice, and so I think he's really the prime target for tabletop right now.
For a split second there, Clem, sorry, I thought you said very autistic, and I think, did you mean artistic or autistic? There we go.
No. And so yeah, to be honest, I was also considering getting in Blitzball because I think Blitzball is also a very good game. It's reasonably cheap also, and he plays football, like American football, so he's very much into it. So although Blitzball is more combat than football, I guess, right? But I thought at least the theme, I know for certain it will immediately talk to him versus like the Terraton and the Space Rats. It's not like he's not interested in it necessarily, but it's an entirely new thing. And so that's one more new thing on top of, hey, here are miniatures, and hey, I bought you some brushes and a few paints and so on. So yeah. Anyway, if you guys have or listeners have ideas of what do you gift to a 10-year-old nephew to bring him in, or niece, nephew or niece, right? Bring them into our hobby. I'm very interested in your suggestions, and I'll experiment with my nephew.
It's a great question, actually, isn't it? Because if you think about it, wargaming, I don't necessarily think it's an expensive hobby, but it is to get started, right? You need brushes, you need at least a few paints, just being able to do it for sort of $20-30 is, it's an interesting one.
Hey, everybody. How's it going?
Hey, Mark. Yeah, really good. How are you, sir?
Hello.
Good. Oh, Clem, I just heard you talking about 10-year-old nephews and what games to get them. So, of course, I've got to chime in with my 2 cents on that one. So, but I always find the starter boxes are nice. What are you trying to get them into? Just the hobby in general, or?
Yeah, so it's really just he mentioned, in passing out, that's pretty what Uncle Clem is doing. It looks pretty cool. I'd like to get a taste of it, like get a miniature, or like he's kind of curious about it, and he's also kind of a crafty kid. He likes to paint, like he painted a really nice pumpkin for Halloween, all this type of stuff. And so I think he's like the prime audience for a new joiner in the hobby. And the only thing is he's basically an ocean away from me, so I can't, just show up to his house with a box of stuff and have a game or show him exactly how it's going. I have to put something in a parcel, or like order it online and have it delivered to his house, and then hope for the best, or with video calls, or next summer when I go visit. So that's kind of the idea, how do you plant seeds for potential newcomers into the hobby? And my 10-year-old nephew is one example, but it could be your 35-year-old colleague who's like, oh, that sounds interesting what you're doing. Like maybe, and then you give them something and tell them, hey, buy this. And that's your entry point. Yeah. So yeah, there you go.
Well, I'd like to tell them to buy Mantic stuff, but it's a matter of putting something together where they could, get some hands-on, not get frustrated, and get some first paint down. And hey, a call with Uncle Clem would be awesome. So, that gives them motivation to do it if he's that kind of kid. So
yeah, I think that's a good excuse. I think what I'm going to do for starter is get him the sci-fi advent calendar, because I'm going to get one as well. And then we can both, every week or every other day or whatever, we can, just chat about it. And it kind of reinforce the bond or like the connection, because we both have exactly the same thing and we discover it along the way at the same time, although remotely. So I thought that was a nice idea for it. But yeah.
Oh yeah. Maybe a little paint set with a miniature in it would be nice too. So those are always handy. I hate to use the Games Workshop name, but if there's I don't want to go down that path maybe, but they've got. I mean, the paint set, the brush, and the minis are all there. So if Mantic's got an equivalent,
Yeah, so I don't think Mantic has something like that. I've looked at the Games Workshop ones, and they're not really convincing. Like, there's a Space Marines and Tyranid ones, but like 3 pots of paint or something like this, or 4 maybe. And it otherwise looks a bit boring. Like, there's no game attached to it.
There's no game attached to it. There's just painting. That is
correct. And so at that point, I think I'd rather just, buy him 4, 5, 6 paints and a paintbrush and a clipper and a plastic glue or whatever, or super glue, like assemble a kit like this myself and have him get started with this.
Yeah, that's a very good option. But yeah, you want to give him the paints and some minis to get started. And I think the Advent calendar is great if you can string them along for the holidays. So awesome.
I would throw out there Army Painter. Mantic are going to do a starter paint set because it's actually been announced with Halo, but I don't think it's going to be out for Christmas. So it will be Halo, the Master Chef, as I believe he prefers to be called.
You've got that spot on, Gerry. Yes.
Him and his paints to go with. However, Army Painter already do a couple of paint sets with some other people, including Dungeons and Dragons. So they do a little set with some fantasy heroes in it. And they're good to grab. 2 reasons. 1, it's a bit more diverse than GW, which means you can actually use them in things like Kings of War once you get them hooked. And 2, I think the dropper bottles are much less prone to massive accidents like a Games Workshop pot will be. And when you hand it to a 9-year-old, you don't want them spilling all the paint all over the floor on Christmas Day, because that's never coming out of the carpet.
There goes the null oil. I'm also convinced those things are designed on purpose so that you think you've closed it securely, but you haven't actually, and that paint is now dry, and buy another one. Yeah, I do enjoy the dropper bottles.
Ton of research to make it happen so that it doesn't close properly and then dries. Otherwise, it has too long of a shelf life. But yeah, no, I think you're right. I haven't looked yet at existing starter sets from Army Painter. I've heard about the ones for Halo, but I thought, okay, it will be a color selection specifically for Halo models, which isn't exactly what I want. And so I guess my message to Ronnie is next year for the Advent calendar, please also have a paint starter set somehow, somewhere, for people like me who want to gift it to their 10-year-old nephew.
The Army Painter, they call it the War Painter starter set, or the War Paint starter set, because Army Painter and Mantic are partners already. They have it on the Mantic website, but you can get it from anywhere. And it's like the old paint set we all started with a million years ago. 3 primary colors: black, white, flesh tone, metal, paintbrush, a brown color, and I think it's actually got one of the washes in it as well, so you can do the equivalent of slap the wash all over it. So I mean, that's already on the Mantic site. There's just no miniature in it. But if you get the Advent calendar, then maybe you don't need one.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm actually going to say some really nice things about Army Painter as well. So firstly, their washes are really fantastic, but also I think Army Painter, firstly, they're very good value, but a lot of people, I think, give them a bit of a hard time. All of the Army Painter paints I've had, if I shake them really well and then add a little drop of medium to them instead of water, that seems to make a huge difference. And I think actually a friend of mine gave me basically his entire Army Painter paints collection because he's like, I can't get on with these. So I happily accepted them, and I've been having a really good time with them. A little bit of medium, off you go. I think they're perfectly fine. I sometimes put a tiny little metal ball in them to make sure they mix nicely. But I don't know what you think, Gerry, but I think they're perfectly good paints.
Well, they got a new formulation last year. This year. Let's say this year, because everything's starting to blur. So they already come with 2 balls pre-added, so you don't have to mess around anymore. And they changed the formulation so they don't separate as much as they don't separate anywhere near as much as they did. So for people just picking up a paint set these days, much easier. They've gone with a hex system rather than a triad system, so you've got more flexibility if you're real not even an adventurous painter who wants to do lots of blending and layering and blah, blah, blah. But if you're looking to do armies quickly, you can just go, well, there's 6 blues. I'm going to buy the medium and then the 2 next lighter shades. And then when you're painting, you just go base coat on, quick dry brush of one, quick dry brush of the other, and it will be consistent the whole time because you're never mixing. I've got some of the new ones. I've got the full airbrush set, and I think they're spot on. I split between Vallejo and Army Painter for my own painting at home, and I'll swap between either or quite happily. So they're interchangeable for me. They're
I do
really
like Vallejo. Yeah, nice, super nice.
I just had a quick look at what you said, and that looks exactly like what I want. So there you go, you guys. You don't need to comment Gerry solved it, so you can refrain from posting on the Facebook group. It's mission accomplished. No, I'm kidding, of course. But
teamwork.
It looks really nice, and it's very affordable. And I think that can come for Boxing Day, like whatever it's called after Christmas. Like first to get the Advent calendar, goes through it, opens all of it, and then at the end, the paint sets. Like if I see that he's actually enjoying it and excited to do something about it, then he gets the paint set. And if not, well, he'll have the toys somewhere in his room, and we'll try again to the paint later. So I think that's my strategy. My plan is now complete. So thanks.
Perfect. That's Christmas planned. So should we move on to our Warpath, Firefight, and Deadzone, guys? Super.
You bet.
Let's go for it. So who has done anything? Chris.
I have a couple of things to say. I'm giving someone their first game of Deadzone in 4 days at time of recording, dear listener. And
how did that happen? How did that happen?
Oh, I tell you what, Clem, I'm glad you've asked. It's getting to the point now where there's so many people wanting demos and things. It's all a bit much, to be quite honest with you. So I've actually had to reschedule this twice just for timing. So it's a local guy who he likes the look of Deadzone, and he's not playing Kingsmore with us at the moment, but he seems super nice and he's super friendly, super enthusiastic. So yes. In 4 days, he's getting a Deadzone demo. But yeah, I mean, it's to the point now, literally, where if anyone inquires vaguely about Mantic stuff, JD just points them my way, and there you go and talk to that guy.
I wonder why.
Yeah. So no, it's just going really well, buddy. So and I'm looking forward to playing Deadzone. I haven't played it in so long, so I think I'll do 150 points. I think I'll do Nameless and Maison Labs just because I really like those two factions. There's a lot of different things going on with those two factions as well, so I think that'll be cool. And I'll bring basically a car full of Deadzone terrain to make a lovely full board, and not forget my dice, and off we go. I'm pretty confident I remember how we played Deadzone.
Yeah, I had a similar experience, like one of the local clubs where I go sometimes to play. There was a bit of interest around Deadzone, like some people actually already someone bought a starter already, or another guy I think had bought Forge Fathers to play in OPR, actually, because he really liked the miniatures and he wanted to play Space Dwarfs. And so he started with OPR first because the main group was playing a lot of that system. And so when he was like, wait a second, why don't I also try the game they're actually designed for, like Deadzone? And so now that's what people have been doing. And so I went to one of these evenings where there was Deadzone going on, and I brought again my Plague and GCPS, and I've played a couple of demos. One of them actually I was not playing, and I was explaining to two complete beginners, which was great because that's the first game of Deadzone that I played. Well, didn't really play, but you know what I mean, in quite some time. So while I was explaining the rules to them, it helped me remember how it actually works. We just went through the game, and we played 2 games, I think, and had a lovely time. And one of the 2 guys bought a starter set like basically the same evening right after. Like, yep, that's exactly what I was looking for, and got himself.
That's it, Clem. You've done your job. Perfect.
Yeah, and I mean another one I think got to the starter a bit later. So we've been also playing Deadzone now basically every Friday for 2 or 3 weeks. I missed one of them, but like again, regularity is what really works ultimately to bring in new people, because there are a bunch of people at the club that play other stuff, right? So they see, oh no, there are people playing Deadzone and now it looks nice, and that's how you hire new people. So yeah, Deadzone is back on the menu. And
what happens next, Clem?
Well, what happened already, right, is one of the guys who jumped in and bought a starter who wanted to start with Virmin. And I said, yeah, there's also this other game that's pretty cool by Mantic called FireFight, and it's like basically like the whole army. He's like, oh yeah, that sounds cool. Maybe let's try it next week. And so the following week, I brought again the Plague and GCPS and played a 500-point game with him. And said, oh yeah, no, I love it. What do I need again to start this? And then the same evening, he had ordered what's it called? Assault on Exam, I think. The Virmin and Forge Fathers. Yeah, Forge Fathers. And boom, that's it. Like, he got the rule book, he got the companion subscription. Like, it's on. Like, he's a convert already. And so we didn't play Friday. We played earlier in the week for whatever reason. But he came over and we played 2 games of FireFight, like 750 points with his own rats. Like, he built the rats already and he painted almost half of them. So again, really quick painter and nicely done. So yeah, just perfect. It was a bit annoying though, because he bought the starter and there were a few models missing from the box. He was kind of stressed out. I was like, I don't understand. I thought these models, like the tunnel runners, I think were missing. It's like, I don't understand. Like, I thought they were in. It's like, yeah, that can happen sometimes. The quality control is not always the best, but send them an email. And I mean, that can happen, but it's kind of a bit annoying.
It happens everywhere. Years ago, I used to run the GW in Belfast, and a kid came in with a tank he'd bought. Can't remember if it was a Lehman Russ or a Chimera, but it contained no tank. So it had the tracks, it had the accessory sprue with the bulldozer blade and those bits and pieces on it, and it had the turret sprue, but no actual hull. So he had bought a tank that did not include the tank. So,
it's
quality
like
control gets everywhere.
Yeah, tanks sold separately, right? Something like this. But yeah, no, it's still pretty interesting. And again, because we've been seen playing FireFight and like chatting about FireFight on the internal Discord it's like the local neighborhood center where there's kind of an informal tabletop club every Friday.
But do you want to give it a shout out just in case anyone listening might want to join?
For the club, yeah, I mean it's in Berlin. So if you Google it or send me a message, I'll share the infos. It's like the Rudi Nachbarschaftszentrum in Friedrichshain. If that's what you want to look for.
If you live in Berlin, you'll likely understand enough to find that out. That's good.
Yes, and if not, and you're still around, please message me, and I'll be very happy to take you there. It's an interesting spot.
Well, it's manticuniversepodcast@gmail.com, dear listener. Sorry, Clem, carry on.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you're right. It is important. Although if someone made it that far into the pod, they probably know already, but still, you never know. And I'm very, very happy to finally be playing FireFight again. Like I've played 5 or 6 games now since the last monthly. So that's great. From not so many per month to more than 1 per week. I'm very happy with it. And so obviously now it got me thinking about all of the other armies. I was already assembling my Night Stalkers from the Edge of Sanity starter. So now I'm even more interested in building them and making a different list. And also the more you play, the more you understand how the game actually works, and then you want to try different things. And so that part has been very exciting. initially I wanted to sell the Asterians from the 2-player starter set, and now I'm thinking, you know what? It's just not so many models, and it's another 500-point force right there, and they really seem to be playing differently from what I know with the other factions. Yeah, maybe I don't need to sell them for like 30 or whatever. Yeah, 30, 35 euros maybe is a reasonable price for just like one half of the starter, right, without the book. For that amount of money, well, I'd actually rather keep them and make a small force that I can hand over to someone else. So yeah,
and then pick up maybe some of the new plastic Matsudan, and then maybe add a couple of resin pieces to them as well. And look, it's a Firefight army. Bingo bongo.
Of course, yeah, like 1,500 points in no time. And same for the Marauders. Like I've had Marauders for a while now. From I think the starter set, like the first 2-player starter set, had Marauders and Enforcers in it, if I'm not mistaken. And so I have a bunch of them. I also got some like faction starter for Deadzone and so on. Now I've seen that the Vault has a bunch of Marauders, right? Like you didn't realize that, like as I mentioned earlier in this episode, the Deadzone custom teams, one of them is actually all the things Marauders. So that's great. Like I have everything to do a cool army for them as well.
And it's all the hard to get stuff like the Hulks and the Goblin Snipers, and they've been really smart with what they've given. It's brilliant.
Yeah, all the stuff that you actually want, and that is not necessarily so super easy to get, and it's right there. So no, it's a really cool resource. So yeah, now I have kind of the opposite problem with Firefight is I need to pick my battles. Like, okay, I'm going to play next Friday. Okay, which army am I taking? Am I taking my GCPS again? Yeah, I really would like to, but then I would also want to try a different faction. But then is it the Night Stalkers, the Marauders? So yeah, good problems to have is what I wanted to report back. And what else? I think 750 is a good size, but I'm looking forward to also trying much larger games at some point.
Yeah, many people swear by the huge games. I love it at 750 points, but that's not to say I wouldn't also love it at a big scale, 1,500 points or even 2,000 points. I'm sure we'd have a great time with that too.
I think it's similar to Kings of War and Ambush, right? Like the Adventure of 750 is literally in the evening we play 2 games, right? Like without breaking a sweat in 2 or 3 hours, you play 2 games and that works well. Versus I'm pretty sure if we had 1,500 points, in 2 to 3 hours, you don't play 2 games. You play 1, and that's about it. Unless you are very, very fast with the rules, maybe, but then it's a different experience. So I like the trade-off same way as Ambush, right? Like play 2 games, 2 smaller games rather than 1 larger one is a lot better. So yeah.
What about you, Mark? Have you managed any Warpath stuff?
Basically, what we're doing right now is planning for Origins. So the big questions are, what events we're going to be running. And the big question is Deadzone and Halo able to coexist? You know what I mean? So, what can you use with Halo out of the Deadzone universe, so to speak, or, what are the restrictions? So that's kind of going back and forth right now. And, it looks like we're going to be running some Firefight too, so which is very, very cool. So excited about that. So big shout out to the Ohio War Kings. They're putting the area together there. We're hoping Mantic will have a booth this year again. So we're working on that. And besides that, the sci-fi stuff's been sitting in the corner for me right now. I did move it all around and get it arranged, but right now the frogs are dominating my my hobby space. But we'll be talking about that a little bit later, I am sure. So, and the only thing I wanted to mention too, Clem, is one of the things is if you're collecting all the armies, so to speak, it's a lot easier to do in Firefight. We only have 8 of them, so you can do that, as opposed to 30 Kings of War armies. So, or even Armada. Armada's got a bunch of armies too.
Mark, it's the wrong section, but you've really rubbed off on me. So I had a conversation in the game shop the other day where someone was saying, 29 factions, is that too many? And there was me defending it, going, no, it's not too many. Just leave them all in. I was saying Ratkin slaves, they should stay in. Where's this come
they
from?
should
It's
stay.
from Mark. Yeah, they should stay. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't collect all of them, but you can. There's people.
Some people do, yeah.
Steve,
Steve Evans.
UK.
Yes, shout out to Steve for doing them all. So absolutely.
I think Firefight. The other thing is, at this stage, I really think it works quite well to play 750 points, and for that you don't need that many models. So it's not just there are only 8 factions or so. It's also you buy maybe the 2-player starter set if there's one existing with a faction of your choice, maybe a strike force, and that's almost it, right? Like that's 750 points right there. So it's not like you need to commit a bunch of resources or a bunch of time to make 750 points.
Hey there, I'm Brian.
And I'm Rick.
From Deadzone, the podcast.
And you're listening to Mantic Universe Podcast.
For everything Mantic under the sun.
This is Fred, reminding you to visit the Kings of War forum, kowforum.com. No ads, no commercials. That's kowforum.com.
Like the Asterians lists that I was thinking about, literally the half of the Edge of Sanity plus, I think, 1 box of Marionettes or 1 box of Ciphers. And that's a very nice 750 points list. So it is also easier to do, Mark, to add on to what you just said. I agree with this. So I might actually go for it.
Go for it. Are you playing on a 4x4 or are you doing 4x6?
We've played the first 500 point games on 3x3s actually.
Oh, okay.
Just deploy on 6-inch deep.
6 inches. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and then 3x3 actually works quite well for
get right into the action. New players, brilliant.
Yeah, and with 750 we played on 4x4. Just to try something different a little bit, like have a bit more lateral space, because the distance between the deployment zones is always 24 inches no matter what. So that doesn't change with the 3x3. The main difference with the 4x4 is you have 1 more foot on the width of the table. And so when you have like 8-9 drops, which is roughly what I have in my 750 point list, it's nice to have 4 wide. But 3 wide also works for 750.
I'm with you, Clem. I think for 750 points, 4x4 is the way to go. And part of the reason for that is just because it shows movement is very important. And it turns out, it sounds boring, but actually for me, movement is one of the most important things in games. I think that's where a lot of the skill is. You know, that's certainly not the shooting phase. Anyway.
Yeah. Although with GCPS, the shooting phase is where stuff happens, you know.
That's right. Absolutely. Fantastic. Oh, that's really exciting. Super. So, Mark, how long? When is Origins?
It's going to be in June 2025 in Columbus, Ohio. We'll have more information for you as it becomes available. We're in the early planning stages. They're just opening up events. So, for Gerry, this is you're familiar with Origins, I'm sure, right?
I'm aware of its work, yes.
Yeah. So a lot of fun. It's kind of like our UK Games Expo here. So I'm fortunate that it's not too far away from me. So it's an easy drive. So, which is very cool. So Gerry, are you doing anything with Firefight at all, or?
Oh God, yes. Always and forever. Currently, actually, I'm building up my Forge Fathers. Literally building them with a view to playing in 2 weeks' time against my mate's Veerman. So I was sitting down the other day and starting to assemble bits and pieces, and I can't remember who I stole the idea off, but I went big into vehicles before Ronnie decided that vehicles should be a thing and would get their own command protocol rules. So when the first Kickstarter came around, it was like, yes, it could be 3 of those, and it could be 3 of them, and it could be 6 of the other. But I've magnetized all of my Forge Father vehicles, so I'm just about to start painting those up, and then sitting with a mountain of plastic Forge Fathers to assemble, and then some bits and pieces like Brocker and some resins and metals as well, just to build it out a bit. He said, leaning over, I've got a couple of Iron Ancestors that are currently being tested out at the moment for color scheme.
Very nice.
But by the way, if anybody's ever trying to copy the Mantic official color scheme, as far as I can tell, the brown they used is the Vallejo Israeli sand gray color. which is Vallejo number 74.614. Because I was asking for years and nobody from Mantic would respond. And then I was actually priming my models and I went, hang on a minute, that is that light brown taupe color that they use. Oh, Zenith highlight of primer across a black primer base, and I'm done. Now I just got to paint orange on things.
Hey, Gerry, when I went on the Warlord tour, and they have 2 professional painters who, they're very, very nice. And I was asking Kirsten, how have you managed that? It looks amazing. She's like, oh, here's my book. Just have a look. And she was perfectly happy. In fact, she was encouraging me to take photos of her, secret rule book of, this is how we paint everything. So it's like, well, got anything for Judge Dredd? Sure. So I took literally 20 photos. And bless her, she was so happy to just, to sit there while I took photos of her work, Bless her. So
it
nice.
May be that the painter that Mantic got to do the original Forge Fathers might not be painting for them anymore, and they don't know what he used. I know a lot of studio painters and things like Angel Heraldez. Obviously, he talks about how he paints stuff for various people, whether it's Mantic or Infinity. But he also started Studio Heraldez, which are studio painters for companies. So they may have something painted by Studio Heraldez that wasn't painted by Angel. So trying to find out exactly what they've used can be difficult. And then sometimes you go, what have you used there? And they go, well, I've used printer's ink for that color, or, very few of them use a complete range of miniature paints that we would use. And it gets very peculiar. But I have my own little going on an adventure.
Very nice.
And this book contains, like, here's how I painted my British redcoats. So in 5 years' time, when I revisit this, and for people playing along at home who can't see my book, it just goes British redcoats, flesh, game color, heavy flesh, Vallejo, sepia shade wash, highlight, heavy flesh, tunic, model color, flat red, sepia shade wash, highlight, flat red, bum, bum, bum. And it just lists everything, because in 5, 6, 7, 8 years, when I finally get around to going back to finish the army, because I'm terribly slack and won't do them all at once, I'll never remember if I don't write them down. A little tiny painting journal is your friend, people. Always have a little tiny book.
Gerry, I don't do this, and this is why all my orc skin color is slightly different. I also mix paints, for some reason I always mix now. So
I never mix.
Getting that back.
For that reason, never ever mix if I can avoid it. And I tried to have a journal like this, but I'm very bad with it. And so what I end up doing now is I take pictures. So when I have my assembly line, like for when I painted my Goblin army, for example, I put, all the paints that I use, like what is actively on my palette right now to paint the goblins. I put the goblin model in front and I take a picture with my phone. And then later I can go back to my gallery and then I can figure out, oh, that's how I did my Night Stalkers 3 years ago or whatever. So, yeah, I'm digital and better than you guys. That's
and of course, because this is great for radio, dear listener. Now, Mark has appeared with a book.
There you go. I'm going all Gerry here. So, see, I've got my formulas all written down too. Even though it's like, oh, there we go.
Mark, this looks like a revenge list.
Analog is always better than digital. We know this.
Absolutely.
Younger people can have their digital ones and zeros and their fancy face page pictures and stuff, but if the power goes out and when the EMPs hit, Mark and myself will still be able to finish off our armies.
You betcha.
Right. Well, that's a good point.
Fantastic. And Gerry, sorry. So for your Forge Fathers, you're sort of playing around with testing and things. What are you thinking?
Oh, actually, I can probably pull up the list I built last time I was playing, because I've got the companion open in front of me, which is always hilarious.
I don't know if while Jerry's just doing that, dear listener, I don't know if you guys have seen, but quite a few people have done their Forge Fathers in kind of a Stormtrooper style, and it is really cool, really, really cool.
I have. I refuse to, though, because nobody wants to paint that much white. Oh yeah. Well, it doesn't matter what else goes into this army. A long time ago, I discovered the joy of the Rekir, who are the flamethrower wielding Forge Fathers, and you can put 9 of those into the APC and burn it up the table, and then just throw all of the D8. I mean, all of them, and a unit will just go away.
Yes, you can, but should you?
Yes. Yes, I should, 100%. And at no point has my opponent flipped the table and told me to myself. So God bless him. So yes, they will always be on my list. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. It's only 155 points, but you have to buy an APC for them as well. But the Brander is only 120 points. So currently it's them in their little vehicle that then battle taxis back up the field later on and finds other people. Iron Ancestor, Steel Warriors, 2 units of Militia, which are cheap as chips and can sit on objectives. And then I think, what's that bring me up to? That's me at 790 out of 1,000. So yeah, so my last points then go to some Huskarls and the like to lead the force. But it's relatively small because we're just playing some little 1,000-point games to try and get ourselves back into the swing of Firefight again.
Brilliant.
It's a good game.
I just want to throw it out there, guys. I could imagine actually a few more sort of like in Kings of War, magic item type things to chuck a few extra points on. When you've got 25 points left over, and at the moment it doesn't quite work as elegantly as Kings of War. I find with just chuck a 5-point item, Blade of Slashing in there,
Yeah, for this type of stuff, but then balancing becomes a different thing, right? Then I'll do like
look at you, Clem. You're so fancy with your play testing. Well, actually, Chris, it's a lot more. I think you'll find it's a lot more complicated than that.
It changes the whole game. Like the game hasn't been designed with magical items, so if you add them now, it will destroy everything.
It's MUP style. We throw out things that we assume are easy and superficially simple, and we just throw it out there as if we know what we're talking about. Come on, 2 years of this.
For only 15 points, you can get another Rick here with the Flamer. So
perfect.
That's a good way to burn up extra points.
Yay, literally. Yay.
I just
burn up. I love it, Gerry.
Like some bodies in the units here or there, or had some guards to one of your commanders. I like pretty much in Epic Warpath they have, it's not exactly magic items, but they're like small bonuses that you can buy with points. I don't want to say too much because you'll see when the rules come out, but they've done something different on top of the command dice, and it's not magic items, but it is a small something to spend the last 10 or 15 points that you always have at the end of making your list. And these are interesting options.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant, actually, Clem. Exactly. Perfect, guys. That sounds really good.
I just want to very, very quickly jam my oar in, because obviously command dice are coming for Kings. We know that they have a points cost as far as Mantic game design is concerned. The ability to spend extra points by buying an extra command dice of whatever color wouldn't be the worst idea for Firefight. You've got your two black. We know how much a black, black, orange, green. We know how much they cost in Kings of War now. So if you want to soak up some extra points, maybe buy that extra green command die for your Brocker Lord. I will try this in 2 weeks' time and let you know how it went.
Yeah, I think they would have to be a lot more expensive, because I have the impression that
they'd have to be penalisingly expensive. Exactly, Clem. You pay a premium. Maybe you can do it, but you pay an extra 10 points or something.
No,
the dice in Firefight are really, really important. Like in Kings of War, they're kind of like a small, nice addition for color, right? In Firefight, they're crucial. Like
you're trying to make me spend more points, Clem.
I am. Yeah. No, I just don't want you to have it too easy. That's all.
Brilliant. And Clem, what's this about you painting your Deadzone terrain? I feel like I've said this before. With you doing this, I felt like if you ever get round to it, I feel like the world is about to end. And with the US election in 2 days, I feel like it's irresponsible of you now to be painting your Deadzone terrain.
You know what? So
you're really tempting something dreadful.
Yeah. So do you want to hear something funny about it? So finally, Martin, pod hero, local Martin, and we both decided, okay, let's spend an evening at Motion Lab and paint some Deadzone terrain. And we did. Like, we found a nice recipe that we both liked.
Okay. I see what happened. Martin painted it. This was like on my birthday, Clem, where I invited people round, and then the next thing Trent knew is he was building my Worm Riders for me.
Right.
But I did it in such a way that he wasn't really building my Worm Riders. He was having a lovely conversation while also building my Worm Riders. Right. So I get people to do stuff for me.
We actually both were painting, so I don't think that counts exactly the same. But
yeah, is there photo evidence? If I talk to Martin, will he say the same thing?
Can you talk to Martin though? So we'll never know. But anyway, no, the fun thing is we spent one evening doing that, and we've actually painted a good chunk of it. But then he went on vacation and was sick, blah, blah. So we haven't done another session yet. And the next session where we actually aim to finish painting our terrain is this coming Tuesday, November 5th. So maybe we shouldn't finish painting it because otherwise it's horribly close to the end of the world with a certain political event upcoming. So anyway, yeah, thanks for the reminder. I need to leave, a tiny wall of something unpainted just to save the world or
please
something.
Please do, Clem. Absolutely. Yeah, please do. Perfect. Great. Anything else to talk about for Warpath, guys?
I think we've done a good round for once, because very often we're going through it a bit quickly, but today we've done a good amount. So
I would say one of the repeat feedback we get for the show is, can we do more Warpath stuff? And we'd love to, but of course we can only do it if we've actually done Warpath stuff in the last month, right? We've got to be doing stuff in order to talk about it. So it's been brilliant that we've actually had content. That's brilliant, guys. Fantastic. So let's move on to our Pannithor Kings of War, guys. Mark, what about you, buddy? What Kings of War stuff have you done?
I mentioned it to you earlier. I am working on my Trident realm right now. So I know you're working on Trident realm as well, Chris. So I've got my pod warden right here. So he's all in pieces. So I'm putting the frogs together. So I'll admit this. I have not been enjoying the big frog kit that much. So if anybody's got any tips on throwing those guys together, I would appreciate it. So I have not been enjoying them whatsoever. But I've got some of them built, and the pod warden's going to be going. So I've got to build. The name falls out right out of my head there. But the frogs with the giant River Guard. Yeah, River Guard.
Trade Leapers.
So there you go. So two-handed weapons
and frogs.
Yeah. So we going two-handed weapons, or are we going with the javelin and shield? I've been waiting for this, so I'll survey the crowd here. So what do you guys think?
I think, Mark, it all depends what you're doing with them, really. So do you want them to harass people? Or do you want them to work sort of like scout? What are they called in the Northern Alliance? The come on, Chris. The guys with the Pathfinder chucking javelins. Those guys.
The clansmen.
It's not the clansmen
now.
It's a clansman kit, but the javelin upgrade for the knight. Yes. I want to say Night Reavers, maybe.
Oh, Night Raiders? No, but those are the Night
That could be it.
That's Varangur, I think. No, sorry, guys, I got this wrong. So do you want them as a sort of harassing unit that's kind of annoying and your opponent feels like, I've got to deal with that? Or do you want them to, do you need them to reliably do wounds in combat, and try and get a flank with all their special rules and get the crush strength? Or do you want just harassing units?
Well, see, this is an ambush army, so 750 points. So I think that they're going to be toe-to-toe in combat, I think. So that armor 4 is there, but the crush 1's always nice. So I'm debating, and I'm getting ready to build them.
I'd go for the crush 1 then, buddy, I think. Personally, I'd go the crush 1.
Go with crush 1? All right, there you go.
I have another strategy. Just build one variant of it and then get another ambush box later and build the other variant of it.
Oh, there you go. Already ahead of you, Clem. I already got 2 of them. So,
what I like to do as well, Mark, is of course if you do 2 troops, do one as one and one as the other, and then whichever one you want to play, just put in the front, and then the unit always looks super super cool, but it's still very clear which they are. So that's a good trick. That
also works.
Yeah. But yes, I think I've actually got 3 of those ambush boxes, Mark. But I've gone naiads, so at some point I'll get around to the frogs. But I've got to be honest, I did have a look at the sprue and think, interesting. So
that's what I'm thinking, looking at it too. So, but and I broke my own rule. I was holding off on all the frog stuff until the new 2-player starter came out. But I was impatient, so And I was at Origins and got a great deal at the Mantic booth. So, they had a convention special going on. So it's like, okay, I'm in. All right, give me the
perfect.
stuff. So
I actually think what I'll do going to Clash of Kings this year, I actually think I'll spontaneously get my army for the next year at Clash of Kings and take advantage of the 30% discount and get, pick up a Mega Army box while I'm there, and then it feels more meaningful to me as well, that like this is I bought this last year at Clash of Kings. It's for next year's Clash of Kings. Yeah, really exciting. Yes.
Sounds pretty cool. It means you have to bring an empty suitcase.
Yeah, there is an aspect of that. Yes, I brought a much bigger suitcase than I needed on the way, and then struggled to fit everything on the way back. But it's all part of the fun. But yes, much like Mark, I've been working in Trident Realms. I'm just waiting for my friend Manuel to send me some stuff, some Worm Riders, and some. So for the placoderms, I'm using the Salamander models. But I've asked Manuel to print me some of the Naiad Worm Rider arms, but just scaled up a little bit because they're tridents rather than salamander weapons. So very much looking forward to getting those, and I can kind of so I'm really getting there. So I've started. I technically had a horde of Naiads already from last year's Northern Alliance army, but I didn't want anyone to accuse me of cheating, so I'm doing another horde of Naiads. So I'm getting there. I think I've got about 7. I've got the base nicely done, and I've got about 7 models nicely painted on there. So it's going to go pretty quick from now, to be honest. So then I've got 2 regiments of placoderms to do, which I'm kind of waiting on some bits, but I've already started painting them up. And then I've got a horde of Worm Riders and a Worm Rider Centurion, and then that's the 2,300 points army done. If I'm honest, if I had my stuff in the post, it would have been done by now. But I've got a bit of a bottleneck.
You're already set on your list and so on, right?
Yes, exactly. So my friend Chris and I, we were talking about. I think we talked about it last month, but we decided on Trident Realm. Very nearly did Abyssal Dwarves, but we went Trident Realm. And we are going to play exactly the same list. So I think we've got about 70 points left in the list. I think if we were to be competitive, we would find another 80 points and have another Nucker, because we've only got one Nucker. And so far in my ambush games, Nuckers are really good, it turns out. So yes, but that's not necessarily what we're going for, to be honest. So yeah, we could also get a Naiad Stalker. I quite like that idea. I think that costs exactly 70 points. So that would be super cool. Who's an assassin type character? That would be good. But the
Nurker is really good. Every time I played against these guys, they're always scary because they just sneak away, right?
Oh, they're so slippery and they're stealthy. Yes,
they're really good.
Every game they get way more than their points back. So either they keep something that's speed 10, they either mitigate something much more expensive, if you know what I mean, and keep them back.
They can keep a big horde of flyers or a dragon, keep them honest.
Exactly, Clem, keep them honest. Or they're going right into the rear of something that's worth holding up a battle line. Doing
or they go
attacks.
Score. They go on the weak flank and they go score an objective far away. So ultimately, they're the bomb, definitely.
Exactly. Yeah, so they're just fantastic. Yes. And we've just been cracking on. We had last week at Quest Hub, we played. So Tuesday is kind of our night now. So last week we had 7 players. One entirely new Italian guy. Spent quite a long time, obviously, showing him the ropes, etc. But we had 2 players playing a full 2,300 points game of almost completely painted. And then there was various ambush 750 point games. We've settled on 750 for the new players. Andrew is working really hard at the moment, planning our first event in the calendar, which is going to be an ambush tournament in January, Clem. January
really
/ February. Yes. So, but it's really great because we've got, probably 4 or 5 players who are just building up their first 28 mil armies at the moment. So that's a realistic time frame for them to get 750 points done. So yeah, so it's
a good motivation too, right? Like when you have a target, like a deadline like this, it's like, oh, I actually need to get going with it.
Exactly.
And,
so it's going to be a bit of a celebration of the local community. I have reached out to people like Wolfgang as well, and just said, yeah, guys, if you can get 4 people in a car and come and join us for the day, because it's a bit further than. So I'm about an hour and a half from them. And Frankfurt's 30 minutes from here, so it's about 2 hours for them. But you could do that on a Saturday, couldn't you? There and back. That's realistic. It's a long day, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to Hamburg for a tournament Sunday in a week, and it's similar, right? Like it's by car. It's I think 3 hours, but I'll probably just take the train, and then the train takes 2 hours, plus there's always going to the train station and then to the final location. So I'm doing it in the day, right? Like wake up very, very early, hopefully get some rest in the train, play some games, and then crash on the train back. But yeah, and makes for a good gaming day. Just see something different. Play with new people, so I think it's worth the hassle.
To be honest, it's great news. There's an event in Germany, buddy. Do you know who's organising it and how many players they've got?
You mean the one in Hamburg?
Yes.
Yes. It's the same people who organised the GT 3 years ago, when it was cancelled. Kind of last minute in Cologne because the Ukraine in the room wasn't available anymore, and so but they have a decent Kings of War player group in Hamburg. From what I understand, they switched to playing OPR at some point, and then they switched to playing the Old World at some point, and now they're switching back to Kings of War a bit more, or at least people show up for the event. I think they are. Was it 20 people? I'm not sure. It's a 2,000 point event. I realized this, like it's not 2,300.
Right, Clem.
Yes. So I had to, cut a few things from my list. It'll be a bit confusing to play it, I guess. But it is a decent sized community there. I've wanted to go play again, like in one of their, one day event like this for a while, but they always did it when I had something else planned, like weekends. Sometimes you have other things to do, and the other way around, same thing. Whenever we've done Kings of War locally, it's been never really a good occasion for them to come over and play, but we're working on it, like to build more of a regional community, if that makes sense.
Great. And just if he's still on, and we've just been joined by Wiki Dave. Hey Dave, if you're there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Have you been playing any Kings of War or just doing lore stuff?
I've never played a game of Kings of War.
That's incredible.
I know. I'm more into the lore, and I just look into. So obviously, I've been working on Wiki 2.0. So if you go to kingsofwarwiki.com, it's actually the actual wiki is live, and I'm slowly editing that. I want to develop the final version to be released on the 13th of November, which is my birthday. So the goal is to have kind of like the final version there, and this time I won't completely erase the entire database again. So that's what I did last time. I was supposed to release the Wiki 2.0 at the same release date as the 25th Clash of Kings book release, but I accidentally deleted the entire database. So, but by accident, I corrupted the data. So had to start from scratch, but it's now going to be completely live as I edit it. So if you're hearing this, just go to kingsofwarwiki.com. And if there's actually a community tab, so if you're looking for other podcasts, other YouTube channels, even a Discord, the Wiki Discord, you go to the community tab. You can, click there if you're just looking for it. And a cool little feature is every faction has their Facebook group attached to it. So on the drop-down menu of every, so there'd be good, neutral, and evil factions. And on the drop-down, whatever faction you want to go, it will have the Facebook links if you want to.
Dave, is MUP good, neutral, or evil?
Well, they're not a faction, so they're just in the community tab under podcasts. So they're hidden away over there, but I don't know.
I put this down as chaotic Chaotic
Is it
evil
enough of
or
your
chaotic
podcast
neutral?
to know that it could be everything? All I know is that when you introduce Clem, it sounds really creepy. I've heard it so many times now. It's like, and my good buddy Clem. I've heard that so many times.
Now we just never say it live. We actually still drink a beer at this point, and it's a recording.
Yeah, fair enough.
Is it?
All right.
Possibly.
Sorry.
Cheers, Dave. Thanks. And Dave, just while we have you, buddy, thank you so much for all the hard work you're doing behind the scenes. And we'll just mention Dave's actually Dave had the idea for us to do a YouTube channel, which is something we talked about a really long time. And I said, Dave, that's great. I literally don't have another minute in the month to put towards that. So Dave has just literally done everything for it, and he's dropped an episode, to go through our back catalogue. And as of last time I checked, we had about 34 subscribers. And Dave, thank you so much for doing that, buddy.
No worries, mate. It's been a lot of fun, and it's one a day until we caught up. And I think actually today's release is actually the one with Ronnie Renton. So I would say check that out. It's a really good listen.
Brilliant. That's probably about time we tried to get him back on, to be fair. Yeah, fantastic. Great, Dave. Thank you. Right. Really, buddy. Thank you for so much for all the huge amount of work and help you're giving the podcast. Thank you so much, buddy. And, of course, the wiki.
No worries. I'm going to run away now. Bye.
This is Andy from Mantic Games, and you're listening to the Mantic Universe podcast. So much universe, so little time.
That's what happens when you're nice to people. This is weird. It's like when I have conversations with my dad. This is uncomfortable. Good. Yes, very good. Yes, thanks, Wiki Dave. Super. And yeah, I can imagine me saying my good friend Clem is creepy, but the thing is now that's locked in. I can't do anything else now, guys. I've been doing it for too long.
Yeah, it's
so maybe I just say it and we edit it out every time, and then I say something else. But I can't not say it now. It's like sneezing, It's going to happen. When you and Mark aren't on, it's a nightmare because then I have to think of another way of introducing people. Maybe I just say, "And my good friend Clem is not here." Maybe that's the way to move the conversation.
That is how you do it. Or you could try drugs, maybe, Chris. To take the edge off when you want to get started, because that's kind of the mantra, right?
I've got to be honest, buddy. I was not expecting that. I'm not expecting that, and I'm not sure we recommend that to the dear listener. Don't do drugs.
Legal ones.
Oh, legal drugs.
Medicine. Isn't that the word?
Just cough syrup.
A word.
Plenty of cough syrup. It's got a lot of alcohol in it.
Cough syrup. Oh, yeah. Right, perfect. No, just dear listener, when you're, if you get that really strong super glue, just give it a little extra special sniff, just as you're putting your trunk room together.
I don't recommend that.
No, we definitely do.
Also, another bad idea. Another bad idea.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. I just want to make it clear, Mup is very anti-drugs. I mean, me and Clem are teetotal, so
Yes, no, that's sadly true. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. We can still make bad jokes about it, but yes, otherwise. To get back, what else do we have for Kings of War? Did I play Kings of War lately? I think the last game that I played was at your birthday, Chris.
We've not mentioned that, Clem. Yes, we had it. You came with us to. We didn't make them up shorts about it, but you came with us to Quest Hub. It exists.
Awesome place.
It was a lovely old time. Yeah, awesome place. You brought your beautiful goblin army, Clem, looking great. I love what you've done with the mangler squids being your giants. Really gorgeous stuff. So it was a real privilege to just roll some dice with a very good friend. It was brilliant. And Clem, you got the win.
I got the Mup King of the Hill or King of the Mup crown.
Yes, something like this.
I did not keep it for very long, though. I did not keep it for very long at all.
And then the next day you played our good friend Andrew, and then Andrew. I mean, you could make an argument that you both forgot there was a token under his bloodworms, but I mean, he just lured you into forgetting that there was a token under the bloodworms. He just
suddenly
mesmerised you with his brilliant play. And Clem, you actually played with the command dice.
We did.
How did it feel?
So it was a bit of a last-minute decision, so I did not really plan ahead for any of it. And I realized we definitely didn't spend all of our power points or whatever they're called, command points or whatever each turn, because we didn't necessarily remember okay, what is there to do? Because you can always spend 1 to reroll an attack dice or something, or spend 2, whatever it is. And I guess this, every turn you'll have the opportunity to do it, right? Like so if you have available points, might as well.
I'll just back you up here, Clem, because you also played on the clock. So it wasn't like you could stop and check the rules. You were obviously on the clock, so you had an hour to had to keep the game moving.
Yeah. So Andrew wanted to try out kind of like playing on the clock. It's the first time you're playing on the clock, if I remember correctly, like in a more competitive.
It was his first time, yeah.
Competitive environment. Okay, what is it to play? Like how you would do it at Clash, right? Like you have this amount of time on your clock, and you just let's do it as close as possible to give him like kind of a taste of it. And also, it's not like when we planned for the game 2 hours before we said, hey, let's play with the dice necessarily. It was more while we were setting up, we were like, hey, wait, we have the review PDF. We have Vanguard or FireFight command dice right here. We could also just take this as an opportunity to try out the dice and see what it does, right? And so we just quickly had a look again at the 9 generic orders. We had a look at what are the 2 orders for our faction, and off we went into the game. And it definitely helped Andrew. I think the going back at full speed with this dragon at some point was actually made a difference. Like it gave the dragon a bit more mobility.
Yeah, he was. I think he was walking into a. I mean, I was obviously I was watching little bits and pieces, but I wasn't really watching the game. But the only thing that Andrew told me about later was that I think you'd got him into a really nasty situation with his dragon, and spending a command point basically got to run backwards and escape the trap that you'd set him. And without that, I think he was losing his dragon. But he's or it would have been neutralized, like just disordered, right? So with this, it gave him one more round, like of actually not being down right away. And what else did we do? I can't even remember, to be honest. So it's not like it was game breaking or really so well integrated, because we didn't really plan for it beforehand. So I think next time that I play and I want to include the dice, I would read the list of orders beforehand and try to kind of integrate it to my palette of tools. Like, hey, that one I know might come handy with my list, because I know how my list works, and I know that this order can bring a small sprinkle of chili flakes on top of it, right? Like a bit of zest. And so this one I want to keep on the back of my head and bring it up whenever the occasion arises. But yeah, no, that's about it. So wasn't massively game breaking or like a life-changing experience, I would say. Because believe it or not, I think they've done a very mild version of what the dice can do. I can tell you in comparison in Firefight, my GCPS, so like the Starship Troopers humans, right? Without command orders, they are kind of mediocres. Or if I don't time my orders quite right, the army just doesn't work. Or it will just fall flat. And it's kind of the same for all factions in Firefight, I think. Obviously, in Kings of War, like the version of the dice that they have right now is just cherry on top, or like a small push in one direction or the other. So it's very, very gentle. And so I find, at least, some of those faction orders are a bit stronger than the others. But it's still, I think, kind of a small thing. Super. What about you, Gerry? Have you played any Kings of War or done any Kings of War?
Yeah, I've been playing some more through Universal Battle with my friend in Scotland. And funnily enough, because we had access to Clash of Kings, we thought we'd play, or rather, since I had access to it, I thought we'd play the Rack and Ruin scenario. So it's one of the new progressive scoring scenarios. So he was still bringing his filthy racist elves. And I threw, I can't even remember what the hell I threw. Oh, ogres. My old ogre army, I threw it out on the table because I hadn't played ogres in a long time, just to see how the progressive scoring would work. And it was interesting because the end of the game, there was 2 points of difference in the end, but because of the way the game played out, with the elves reluctant to make a push onto actually the scoring areas, and then
cowards.
Yeah, well, they are racists and cowards. That's elves.
Pointy-eared cowards.
Dancing cowards.
Yeah.
I bet they play panpipes as well. I bet they love to play a panpipe.
Oh, 100%. In fact, I think I've got some elf models with panpipes. That's another story. But generally, if you were to play that same scenario, if it wasn't progressive scoring, if they were the scoring areas at the end of the game, what he was doing would be what he would do in a standard game: sit back for a turn or two, plink damage in, wait until somebody's at a point where he knows he'll break them on the charge, then charge in with, multiple tree herder and wilt daddy or shamblers or whoever it happened to be. But while the tactics worked for taking my army off the table, because I wouldn't say in the mindset, but because he was so used to that style of play, I'd already got a significant lead from the progressive scoring that he couldn't claw it back. Well, he could have if it went to turn 7 and if he broke a unit in turn 6 and broke a unit in turn 7 and overran. There was all these ifs.
So just waited too long. Yeah,
waited too long to me, and it's a really interesting. I wouldn't say not really interesting. It's a really innovative system to change up play style, because that works perfectly well for the current crop of scenarios, but with the new ones in COC 25. If you sit back and you think, I'll win this on turn 5, 6, or 7, you'll find that you're already outpointed and you're going nowhere. So his army that has worked very well against a whole host of different armies I've thrown against him over the past year or so, he needs to think about it differently now. And I think while it's still valid, if he pushes to gain those points in the first 2 or 3 turns, it would leave him exposed and therefore more vulnerable. So those glass hammer armies, I don't know if they're going to be as effective next year. I don't know if the meta will move away from them per se, but the idea that you can take your opponent out heavily and then win in the last turn or two, that's out the window with progressive scoring. So hopefully that will actually force people to think about what they're bringing in and to bring more balanced lists. They need to be capable of surviving.
Possibly slow armies as well are going to find it difficult to get on the scoring, because, for example, dwarves have been doing really well recently. So yeah, glass hammer armies and dwarf armies seem to be doing really well. So maybe actually it's hard for those two. Maybe that's no bad thing,
I don't. Well, with dwarf armies getting the I'm trying to remember the name. I was going to call it overrun, but it's not overrun. The ordered march, where they can march and then pivot. I don't know if they'll be as affected because they have the potential to get up there, and then also because they've got high defense, weather that storm.
True, but no Pathfinder though. So if you play on a table with a good amount of terrain, which I always like to, fantastic, super.
Yeah, just wanted to say, I think this idea about changing the scenario actually changes the game and how you approach it. I think it's very true, and it's an interesting point, right? Like if you want to bring something new to the game, you could argue that instead of adding command dice, just add new scenarios. And I'll just tell a quick anecdote about this. So I've been lured into Kill Team. The newest 3rd edition it is now, or whatever, Kill Team. So I shared the box with a local player, blah, 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 and said...
This is your super local new friend, right, Clem?
This
is your super local new friend, or?
No, with a person I didn't even know before. I just shared the box on the Discord, whatever, just gets the rule book and some miniatures. And I thought, right, it's just 10 guys. I'll assemble them and try to play a game and see how it works, because it's the new system and they've made a lot of noise about it. And I thought, okay, I read through the books quickly. And it's like, it's not so poorly written compared to other stuff that I've seen. That was my first impression, at least. And then, I don't need to take the book to the game, you didn't even think about it because, you play Mantic Games, you don't take the rule book when you go play, right? And I thought, there's also an app for it, like a third-party app for the game. So I'll figure it out, like how I always do it with the games I play now. And it was a big mistake, like a terrible mistake, actually, because I tried to play with another kind of noob player. And the reason why I'm telling the story now is we literally had no idea how you score points in this stupid game and what it is that you actually need to do, because it's horribly complex, like 3 different types of objectives, and then there's a whole shenanigans of how you choose them, and then secretly you can select one of them, you score 50% more points from it, and blah blah. There's a whole thing around it, which I'm sure can be very interesting. It's not the only the only game you play ever in your life, and then you can really deep dive into it and really understand how it works. But for beginners, it was horribly complex. And then when they're like, okay, we don't really know exactly how this thing scores or what we do, so let's just play kill, right? And that's basically what we've done. And I played a second game later after knowing, okay, I need to understand this stuff, read the book again, brought the book to the table. And again, it was so confusing. It's just like, okay, let's kind of play kill again.
I have a question for you. So firstly, kill is the worst scenario ever in any game because it's the most boring. But Clem, why do you keep going back to these abusive relationships?
So I think one reason for it is I'm curious about what's the main thing on the market, right? It's easy to just say, yeah, Deadzone is the best sci-fi skirmish game there is, because technically I think it's pretty close to the truth. You can say it with even more conviction if you've experienced other stuff, right? And also some of my friends, like from the club, that's the Games Workshop's games are the only games that they play. And so if I want to play with these people, then I have to, close my nose and go play some of those games. No, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but yeah, that's. The joke is, I have a very good friend, and he plays some GW games sometimes, maybe, but otherwise he plays. I think it's called Shatterpoints. Like the Star Wars
game, yeah,
skirmish, blah blah blah. And I'm not touching that. Like I'm not a Star Wars person so much, and I just don't want to get into a different thing, and so on and so forth. And he doesn't want to touch Deadzone for basically similar but opposite reasons, or Kings of War. But he's a very good friend. Like, he comes over with his wife and kids to have dinner every now and then, but we don't play a game in common. And so it's kind of like the middle ground. It's like, you don't want to play Shatterpoints, I don't want to play Deadzone, let's play Kill Team. Sounds stupid, but
so then nobody's happy.
That way nobody's happy. Yeah.
Exactly.
Can I ask you a quick question, Clem?
Of course.
I know Kill Team has had a new edition, is about to have a new edition. It all blurs after a while with GW. However, were you still playing the edition of Kill Team where they refused to use numbers for movement? So it was move pentagon.
No.
If you've moved triangle, then you can't move more than square next turn.
I just couldn't. So I loved the first Kill Team rule set. I think it was really nice for the main reason that it was an okay game, right? It was sort of decent. And it let me just buy any GW model, like 40k box that I like. Like, hey, I like Dark Eldars. Will I do a full 40k Dark Eldar army? Heck no. Absolutely not. No way in hell. Will I buy a 40, 50 euro box and paint 8 guys and then play a few skirmish games? Yeah, sure. Why not? That sounds lovely. So I've done that a lot with the first Kill Team. Then when the second one came with, hey, we forgot that there's a internationally recognized symbol for the number 2, and it's the number 2, and decided to put a triangle instead or whatever it was, it's like, I'm not doing this. The other thing is they had preset army lists. And just like, no, that's not what I want. I want to choose which models I want to paint, because that's what I'm coming into this for, and then maybe play games with them. So also want to say another thing about this latest kill team is they do also very much preset terrain sets. Like you can buy a table set and so on, and you deploy the table exactly like this if you want to play the game. And I have to say it was an interesting thing to read about it, because I was somehow very much of the idea for Kings of War, like Mantic definitely should do, a Basilia terrain set and then tell you, hey, deploy it like this, and then it's the town of whatever in Basilia somewhere. And that sounds so cool and so on. And turns out GW is doing kind of this for Kill Team, right? And it feels oppressive. It's like, I don't want to do this. I want to do my own table. I want to, place my own pieces of terrain the way I like them. I don't want you to tell me you must deploy the table like this precisely, or it's not a good game of Kill Team. So I don't know. It kind of made me rethink my conviction of, hey, let's get preset terrain sets for Kings of War. So yeah, interesting experience. And again, it's kind of field research from this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I would say last month I was confused why we were talking about the old world, and now I'm even more confused. But actually, Clem, I mean, if Mantic sold us a box, so let's say, for example, they had a Northern Alliance terrain box, all we're saying is, here's the forest, here's the swamp or whatever, here's the impassable terrain. You can put it on the table exactly how you like. It's just, themed for the Northern Alliance or Basilia or the Abyss or whatever you want. You can position it however you like.
Fair enough.
No, you can use other stuff.
Sure. No, it was just again, they would probably do it differently. It was an interesting feeling of thinking, oh, that's actually interesting, they've done it, and then, oh, I actually hate it. I really wanted it.
You thought you'd really like it. Yeah.
And I hate it. Oh, interesting.
Next time we get Ronnie on, we'll have to update him. Actually, we pitched this idea for you 2 years ago. Don't do it. It's a trap.
It's in the container now.
Something I haven't mentioned, actually, guys, was about 2 weeks ago, I went with my friend Caleb to, I think it's called Multiversum. It was about a 50-minute drive away from my place. It's north of Frankfurt, and it's a convention that happens every year, and I've never managed to make it down. It was pretty brilliant, to be honest. They had probably, I'm making it up, let's say 30 tables with all different games. They had Deadzone and also Halo. There were little tables. So funnily enough, the people with the Halo table were actually the old paint studio Respawn where I used to play. So I said hello and got the contact details for the chap running the Deadzone demo, obviously, but he had really beautiful models, and he had LED lights for sort of, like the Enforcer swords and things like that. It was really, really cool. So yes, so hopefully he'll come down to Quest Hub and join us. It sounds like, to be honest, he's playing with his son. So there doesn't sound like there's really a wider games group there, but still, it's great to, even if it's just one or two new people, that's brilliant. And he doesn't live too far away. So that's great. And that was a really cool day. And I was actually doing very well with not spending money. I got, there was kind of a flow marked, what would you call it, like a bring and buy type thing. And I bought 2 MDF like paint rack things. It was 2 paint racks for €5, so that was a bargain. And then it was literally on my way out the door. I saw this beautiful scratch-built foam terrain a chap had made, and I got this really nice tower and a little meadow type thing for €60 for both. And they're gorgeous. I mean, I don't know how much time he spent making these, but they're absolutely beautiful. I can't make something that nice, and it's I couldn't not buy it, basically. So that was really cool. And yes, and it was really interesting. We probably bumped into about 5 or 6 people we know from Quest Hub who play Kings of War with us or whatever. Like, oh, hey guys. So that was cool. It was a really fun little day.
Yeah, sounds like a really nice event. I remember when I was a teenager, I went to a few similar events back home in France, and I really had a great time. And I kind of miss these. I want to see more of these type of events organized. Yeah, sounds really interesting.
Maybe next year, Clem, you can time a visit and we can go, because it was really cool. It was super, super cool. I mean, I can imagine us just bringing stuff and just playing a game. But there was everyone was giving the hard sell, of course, and there was a beautiful table for, I think it was called Cthulhu Never Die, or I'm getting it wrong, but I thought it was a board game, but someone had made this incredible lighthouse where you could get models could go inside. It was huge, and it had sort of Cthulhu there, and it was really, really amazing. Like the love and craft that had gone into these tables for all the games, it was unbelievable, really, for these random skirmish games you'd never heard of before. It was really, really cool, super, super cool. But it's quite interesting the number of people I actually know from hobby, from one thing or another. Oh yeah, right. I haven't seen you in 6 years. How are you getting on? You know, it was really cool. Yeah.
It's a small world. It's a small world for sure. So,
small nerdy world. Super. Okay, guys. Yeah. Are we still talking about Kings of War? How are we doing?
Well, so I can mention quickly, I haven't decided yet what my 25 army is. I think I'll definitely do some Forces of the Abyss, as we said last time. I still can't come up with a list that I'm happy with.
Somehow it's not the slam dunk it should be for you, is it? Because it's on paper, it's a no-brainer, but you're not, you know.
I think so. I think one aspect that really gets me into a new army is a new playing experience. And so far, my impression is that if I play the Forces of the Abyss, I will play them pretty similarly to what I did 3, 4, 5 years ago. And so, in a way, I've done it, right? I mean, it was fun, and I'll have a lot of fun if I do it again. But if I buy some Abyssal Dwarfs and make an Abyssal Dwarfs army,
new experience. You're getting the full new
experience. They are different. They just don't work the same way as any other army that I've been playing so far. And that's more, it kind of nibbles at my brain.
What about doing Abyssal Dwarves next year? Because I'd like to do them next year. And if you do them this year and I do them next year, then it'll be like, but Clem did them Clem already did them.
I think what's going to happen is I'm going to do both this year, buddy. But, we'll see. Yeah. I think the question is still which one I take to Clash, and I think it still makes sense to take the Force of the Abyss, but I'm still kind of in the workshopping and my list step at this point, and because I've been trying to use the new hotness of the Berserkers and the Snakes and so on. I'm like, yeah, that could work. That could be interesting. But what about if I just take Succubies and support them differently, because now they work differently, right? It's like there's other cool stuff. So anyway, I still have to come up with a cool list idea, and then I can get to it. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
Cool. Anything else to add for Kings of War, guys? I can't believe Dave's never played a game of Kings of War. That's extraordinary. Mind-blowing stuff.
Well, he's into the lore, I mean, everybody takes their aspect of the hobby.
Yeah,
some
that's
people
it.
Just write, some people just build, some people just paint, some people play.
Do what
that's
you enjoy,
his thing,
dear listener.
Man.
Yeah, do what you enjoy, dear listener. That's the thing. Yeah, absolutely. Take out of it what you want. Perfect, guys. Okay, well, should we move on to Pannithor, Clem?
This sounds good. I will need a native English speaker to read some of the intro text from the Edge of Sanity campaign. Maybe we could also just say a bit of a word about it. I ended up playing only a couple of games for it, I believe.
Trying to log into the website nearly pushed me to the Edge of Sanity, Clem.
Well, I've seen how good you are with technology, trying to use a different recording platform today, so I can understand that. But no, I also struggled to log in. That was low of me, I have to admit. I'm sorry, Chris.
That's very harsh.
But I also it took me a while to find the correct login for the platform. But I had to, because I said, hey, maybe I will make a summary for the episode. And so I insisted a bit more and finally got in. But,
in fairness, Clem, I gave up very quickly. I mean, it's just sort of like, let's try it.
Yeah.
I'll come back to it at some point, and then I never did.
Initially, I did the same thing. Like 2 or 3 months ago, I did the same thing. I tried logging in. It's like, oh, doesn't work. I'll try again later, and then it took me 2 months to get back to it.
But you've mentioned it. There's like 2 logins, and I'm confused between what they are or whatever. But anyway, let's move on.
Yes. So there was actually a bunch of content in there. So I hope they keep it online for a bit more. And I strongly advise you, Chris, to give it another try at some point, because there are like some videos, to tell the story, like special, points in the campaign, like the narrative. There was also like a 3D view of the planet where all of the events of the campaign happened, with special locations and like
a lot of work's gone into this, Clem.
Yeah, no, it looked really nice.
Really cool.
Yeah, it was very, very interesting. Some special scenarios, some special profiles for characters for the campaign. So a lot of resources, and I want to say more involved than the previous stuff that they've done for campaigns, and in my sense going in a good direction as well. So I liked it. Dave?
Yeah, I was going to say there has been somebody on the Warpath wiki who's been updating it as well. So if anyone wants some kind of a good overview, if you go to the Warpath wiki, I think it's just Warpath-Universe wiki. You'll be able to see, I think it's Tertia Prime.
That's correct.
Someone's actually listed like all the parts, the Revolution Part 1, Revolution Part 2, Mercenary Part 1. They've done a really good job of cataloging it all. So yes, it may kind of not longer be accessible in the future, but someone's actually logged a lot of that lore. So if you do want to look at it, there's a good breakdown there.
It's good. And then I will try to do a bad breakdown live just now. But it's good to hear that someone is keeping it up somewhere. And I'm not sure why Mantic actually would have to take it down. Right? Like they could keep this content available somehow, somewhere for people to still read it. So yeah.
I mean, who knows? Like some things just stay up forever, and then some things get taken down within a week. So I mean, it's always good to. That's why wikis exist, to catalog that kind of stuff. So.
The Mantic Universe Podcast. So much universe and so little time.
That's right. Good. Dave, I'll put a link to that. Thanks for sharing that, Dave, and thanks for adding that comment. I'll put that in the show notes. Thank you very much, Dave.
Yeah, I literally jumped out of a meeting and just put the headphones on and heard that.
So, perfect.
What I will say before we get into that is anybody who's looking to log into it on a regular computer, some browsers work better than others. Google Chrome is a shitfest. I think I can say shitfest. So if you click on one of the positions on the planet, it will open a window, and the window will start to populate with text, and it opens out a crawl. I have a Spectrum 48K here in the house that I had whenever I was a kid. It loads faster. However, if you open the same window or the same browser in Microsoft Edge, bam, it's open immediately. You click on the thing, it just goes, well, there it is. There's your text. Here's your rules. It's all there immediately, faster than the speed of light. So Gerry, I don't know how it's programmed, but it hates Chrome.
Gerry, I have a Spectrum 48K. Maybe we can talk about that offline later. Sorry.
Oh, Dave.
Yeah. I was going to say that's the problem with web browsers, that just over time they just not become compatible anymore. So Mantic may keep it up, but it doesn't necessarily mean the browsers will be compatible with it. So that's why it's really good to see people cataloging it now, so we can actually see in its true form.
Perfect. And then I'm going to volunteer Gerry, because he has a voice like PT Malt Whiskey to do the reading. That's a compliment, by the way. Just in case
that's because I drink a lot of PT Malt Whiskey. It's called Ardbeg, and I'll just wet my whistle. Okay, so the edge of sanity. It is a period of great uncertainty. The nameless and ascended military power aquaform swathes of the new territory in the outer regions of the galactic co-prosperity sphere. Elsewhere, whole planets disappear following an incident at Maison Labs, known for taking great risks in the name of profit. And on worlds such as Teresia Prime, revolution stirs with fresh attacks on corporate hubs. The galaxy is primed to explode into a new era of war, and all it will take is one lone mercenary to light the fuse.
Oh, that is cool.
Really nice. So obviously, if you are listening to this and haven't read the text and want to avoid any spoilers, you might want to drop out now or like skip ahead, or I don't know, or sorry about that. But so what?
Or Clem, just go back and listen to all of our back catalogue and tell all your friends and family about it and get them to listen to it.
Right.
And just be slightly weird, but helpful to the pod. Make people feel quite uncomfortable to listen to more of the pod. That's what I'm saying.
If you can choose, yes, absolutely. So what I've done is, so obviously Mantic has released some snippets of story, I think every week or every other week, starting from the summer or late summer. And now we are at the end. We are at the end of the campaign, so everything is available. And so I went through all of it and took quick notes to give you guys a summary of the events of the Tertia Prime Revolution and Annihilation, actually. Spoiler alerts. So as you can probably already tell, everything starts 1 year before the Tertia events from the campaign. And that's what we heard about last spring when the Mason Labs in the Propulsion Lab was playing around with wormhole technology, as we already mentioned, and it went horribly. And instead of getting wormholes to travel faster, they got Night Stalkers incursions.
I'm sick of this, right? I mean, everyone always focuses on all of the times that the Mason Labs experiments go terribly, terribly wrong, but no one ever talks about the ones that are super profitable and they go just great. Not everything's going to work as it's intended to, Clem. People just need to grow up. Yeah,
I mean, you have to break some eggs if you want to make an omelette and so on.
Okay, we torn the hole into a new reality and nightmares are manifesting themselves. Sure, but also last week we had another experiment that went really well. So
and profits soared and it's great. So life's good.
Exactly.
I agree. And also,
Chris, you should know. Good news don't get clicks. We all know this about the internet. Like, you have bad things for people to actually like. You wouldn't even know about Mason Labs if it all went good. Like,
exactly. We never hear about all the buses that safely made it to their destination, do we? I mean, it's just no. No, quite right. Sorry, Glenn. Carry on. Although I will interrupt you at will.
I wouldn't expect less from you, my friend.
I think in this situation, I wouldn't expect more, but I'll take it.
So what do we know about Tertia? Well, Tertia is a kind of a force sphere extraction mining colony, so kind of like shithole far on the fringe of the known universe, like an interesting universe. But there are a bunch of important Mason Labs facilities. Apparently, we don't know any details about them. And there happens to be some unrest from Rab's cells on the planet. And the story from the campaign starts with a mysterious council member, so from Council of the Seven, on a call with a very famous mercenary, Blaine, asking him to go onto that system and basically deal with the Rebs and like remove the Rebs from the system so that Mason Labs is not disturbed in their progress for humanity experiments.
Clem, was he told to use violence or to just go and deal with them? Just do whatever.
Just go and get rid of the Rebs. And the one argument also in favor of hiring Blaine rather than just blasting them with GCPS forces is Tertia Prime is like, as I said, like a fringe colony, like quite far out on the outskirts of the known galaxy, and so it would be quite costly to send a fleet of GCPS there.
Expensive and presumably so people will notice and go,
exactly.
Hang on a second, so, what's going on there? They shouldn't be sending that many troops to Tertia Prime.
Exactly. Suddenly, if you send a massive force there on a remote planet, people might start to think, hey, maybe there's something interesting there, right? And the other information that we hear about is that there is a higher Asterian presence in this area, and so it's kind of like a bad idea to send a big fleet of GCPS because you kind of don't want to start like larger fights around the area. So just hiring a mercenary.
Deal with it on the down low. Yeah.
Exactly. Like,
and if he gets himself killed, you can just deny everything.
Exactly. Like you've never been involved, and it's just gets the problem solved, and everyone is happy. So Blaine then has the brilliant idea to get his hands on some incriminating footage from against Mason Lab, because obviously the unrest on the planet is against the corporation and against Mason Labs, and so gets some of that footage and distribute it to the Rebs, but add a destructive payload to the data set so that it would disrupt entirely their communication networks and kind of deorganize entirely the Rebs on the planet. And somehow this brilliant genius gets the data, like the security camera footage from the Pluton 3 experiment, so the wormhole Night Stalkers problem, right? And so he gets in contact with some rebels on the planet and gets the data package, and they start to show this to the various cells, and the people get very, very enraged against Mason, that like, oh, they really do awful stuff, blah blah blah, like it's really bad, and they just gain a lot of support and more and more support because the network, their communication networks, start to fail here and there. And also suddenly there are some remote mining colonies that report big issues like power losses, or like go completely silent because Night Stalkers start to come to people who've seen Night Stalker footage, right?
So is this, sorry, and let's explain this to the dear listener, because isn't it sort of like, if you know it's sort of Lovecraftian, if you know, it's the secret knowledge, if you know Night Stalkers exist, they'll come and get you, or something like that, right?
Right. So if you know they exist, but they've also given a bit more details about it in the campaign, like various bits. If you know and are afraid of them, it's not just the knowledge; it's also your fear. And
I feel like if you know about them, you would be afraid naturally, though.
Yeah,
I think you wouldn't be like, "Oh, Night Stalkers, I'm not that bothered," actually.
Right. You're right, Dave. You want to say
I think you would
something?
naturally.
Fair.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's basically like a Babadook, right? Isn't that? I just watched Babadook the other day, and so pretty much like it only kind of terrorizes you if you're afraid of it.
Dave, I know
it's that movie, so it's a better.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I know we're going down another rabbit hole, but Babadook.
So it's a movie. It's a movie. It's an Australian movie.
I'm shocked, Chris, if you like horror, that you haven't seen Babadook.
Is it a new film?
Oh no, it's 3 or 4 years old now, I think.
Yeah, it was an indie film.
No, I think of that as being a new film. I'll have to watch it.
Yeah, it kind of sounds exactly like a Babadook. I'm right there, Gerry. Yeah.
So maybe someone from the writers saw it and thought, "Ooh, that's a great idea. I'm going to use this." So anyway, back to the story. So the Rebs share the footage of the Night Stalkers and show it to their cells to like, oh, see, Mason Labs are really bad. We need to fight back and take back our means of production and whatever rebels really want to do. And from outside of the planet, the Assyrians observe what's going on, and they see a very rapid decline in, communications, and like some areas of the planet go dark and so on. And it kind of looks like a plague outbreak, except it's much faster than a plague outbreak. And so Assyrians that are kind of observing the area, they decide, you know what, we don't really know what it is, but we need to deal with it. And so they have some assets in the area, so they send some teams to try to figure it out. And at the same time, to make sure whatever threat is on there doesn't spread further, they have the brilliant idea to get the planet annihilated, but not do it directly themselves, because that would be a bit too obvious. But instead, they sabotage the planet's defense systems. So that's one of the major threats in the area, and the Nameless recognize this and see an easy target for aquaforming. And so right when the Tertia Prime is basically suffering Night Stalkers attacks, it also gets its planetary defenses sabotaged by Asterians. and then it's completely open to having Nameless come and aquaform the whole planet and basically destroy everything on the planet.
And Clem, can I just say, you're doing 100 times better than I ever could have dreamed. You're actually doing an amazing job, Clem. Well done.
Really?
And yeah, you're doing so well, buddy. And aquaforming, is it? What do they do? Do they melt ice caps? How does that look?
So there is one of the stories, and that's is in 2 parts, and it's actually on the Mantic blog. So you don't even need to log into the thing to read that. It's the Doomsday 1 and Doomsday 2 story bits. I think they have weird technology and they melt or like transform literally the mountains. So I think it's not just that they melt the ice caps, but they melt the matter and make it a more liquid form, or like reshape entirely the planet from what it's described. It's a short story, so it's not like there are paragraphs and paragraphs about it. But they say like they have ships in orbits and that do weird stuff and destroy the mountains and create like an ocean planet.
Yeah.
How is it you have not half-arsed this? I don't know what's happening, but I like it. And I'm slightly confused. I'm unsettled, Clem.
Well, I tried for more than 5 minutes to log into the website and get the story again. And once I managed, I said, now that I'm here, I need to take good notes about it and tell the story. And also, I found it's interesting stories. I found really that it was well made. And so I wanted to make it justice and try to tell it here.
Perfect.
And yeah, glad that you like it, by the way.
Dave.
Yeah, I was going to say, aquaforming is probably what happened with New Atlanta. So the Cypher, which is that like the hammerhead looking kind of races, like the blue that in the ribs. They got the shark and the little squid. What are they called?
Like the squish or something like that.
Yeah, so all of them came from the same planet, and then their planet got wrecked by the GCPS, or I think one of the corporations there. They wrecked it, and then they basically aquaformed another planet. I think that was New Atlanta. So aquaforming is something that is actually quite common. So I'm assuming it's the opposite of terraforming. Terraforming is for like making land and making it for land-dwelling creatures, and then races, I should say. And then aquaforming is basically for races that actually are based underwater, like those 3 there. I think the shark is called the Sangar. The Sangar, yeah.
It sounds
reasonable.
reasonable.
Key to all
Yes.
this is making sure things can breathe.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Good job, Dave. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, thanks for the precision, because I didn't know all the details. That's why it's good to have a lore master with us.
Yeah, and that's why I made the Warpath wiki, because I needed to get all these thoughts out.
Yeah, that is really good. And so at this point...
sorry, Dave, because I noticed earlier you didn't mention who was making the Warpath wiki, Dave. And I thought
I started
ask
it.
if you hadn't. Oh, bless you.
Yeah, I started, and then there's other people contributing to it. Which is just good to see, because that's what you want, is that I set it, you set it up and then let it go. And I think Matt Gilbert asked me just as an offhand comment just to make one, and I just started doing it and then added all the races, and that's how I learned so much about the Warpath universe and realized it's really, really lore deep, rich universe that really needed to be written down, because as someone coming in completely blank from it, there wasn't really a starting point for it. There wasn't, like, some of the races that I have discovered in the universe are so cool. Like the Sangar, so that's just the shark type of race that's in Dreadball, sorry. There's just
and
so
Overdrive,
many, yeah, and Overdrive, yeah. There's
Overdrive,
just so many great races and so much potential that could really separate from other war games out there. So, yeah, sorry. Sorry for me to jumping in. I can't help myself.
No, thanks, mate. That was brilliant. That's gold. Great content. Thanks, Dave.
No worries.
We can't apologise for interrupting and then rambling on. I mean, where would that leave us? What would I do with my life?
Yeah, we would just stop doing whatever we do. So yeah, at this point, the planet is kind of slowly, but not so slowly, descending into chaos, right? So if you remember correctly, there are Night Stalkers murdering miners left and right. There are Asterians that are shooting down any type of vessel trying to escape from the planet, to make sure they do kind of their own type of containment protocols, right? Like they shoot down every small vessel trying to escape. The Nameless are trying to bring in, starting to bring in their big aquaforming ships, and so it's kind of not a great place to be at. But at the same time, Blaine was kind of, he planted the seed and he's observing from orbit what's going on. He's a bit annoyed because he doesn't really know if his plan actually worked and if the rebels are actually completely deorganized and stopped operating. So he decides to make a landing onto the planet and go see for himself what the status is. And right as he starts to enter the orbit, he sees other ships being shot down by cloaked ships, like Asterian ships. So he's like, ooh, Asterians, that's an interesting stuff. And luckily, he still makes it through the defenses because they shoot down what comes out, not what goes in.
I get the feeling as well, Clem, with Blaine, that he's always constantly playing all the sides off against each other. He's got his contract here, but he's just that's just his excuse to go and see what else he can get out of the situation.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, and from the Rebs' perspective, Blaine is the big ally because he's really the one that's brought the critical data that really started the revolution on Tertia, right? Because all of the miners were so outraged by the footage they've seen that they really started to organize even more, and
he's given them the rocket fuel. Yeah,
exactly. He really ignited the stuff, and so that's how things really started. But anyway, so he meets up with his contacts with the Rebs and realizes that there is a big unrest everywhere, and if they want to escape the planet, they just need to make it to the local spaceport, the main spaceport of the planet, and manage to escape before it's just an ocean planet, but at the same time have enough vessels that try to escape at the same time that the Asterians cannot shoot them all down at the same time. So it's a bit of a shit show of a plan, but still that's the best that they have to try to make it. I'll cut through a little bit because there's a bunch of stories of how they take the spaceport and then how they get into ships and so on. I don't think it's so critical for the story. It also gives you some cool stuff to go and read by yourself. And I'll just go toward the end of the story where this actually interesting stuff happens. The one mention also that I find interesting is while they are basically back into orbit, so Blaine is in one of the ships with the rebels, and he notices one of the fighters is obviously kind of shaken and in fear and not doing well, and he goes and says to his the rebel leader, he says discreetly, his fear is a beacon. Get him out the airlock before the void field finds us. Tell the other ships they need to do the same. Keep it quiet. No panic. And so that's reading this. It's just a tiny extract from this story. That's where I understood. Actually, the Night Stalkers, they don't get to you right as soon as you know about them. They are more interested in your fear. And so that kind of gives me more interest in the whole story because I was a bit worried. Oh, Night Stalkers, as soon as you hear about them, you're basically doomed and it's game over. I thought it's a bit too strong.
Bit too 40k, isn't it, Clem? Yeah.
Right. Everything is the worst ever, always, and you destroy one planet after the other.
But maybe it's more like, if there's a dog who's being aggressive with you, and if you're frightened, they sense that and they get
exactly
aggressive.
No, that's exactly what I understand of it, and I think I read some of that too in the Clash of Kings 24 last year. With the introduction of the updated Twilight Kin, where they describe what the Night Stalkers do in the Void, and that initially when the Twilight Kin went into the Void to explore it and try to find their old guys, whatever, they were eaten, their soul were eaten alive by the Night Stalkers. And then they realized if they brought slaves with them, like the Twilight Kin brings slave on their ships, then the slaves are the more afraid, and they are kind of like the ones that get eaten alive by the Night Stalkers, and the dirty elves can keep on with their lives and do their stuff.
Keep on sailing, yeah.
Exactly. So you just sacrifice a few slaves and then you're fine. And also if you torture and murder and get desensitized to this, then you are not as
all
afraid.
the better for you. Yeah.
And then you can survive going into the void. And then that's kind of how it clicked with, that's how it also works in Warpath, obviously, because it's still the Night Stalkers. And therefore it's not like the whole universe is kind of screwed with the Night Stalkers. So anyway, that's one of the bits that I found interesting. Now we're almost to the end of the story. The last bit I want to mention is in one of the ships of the rebels that is escaping, one of the character that has been mentioned, Erica is an ex-GCPS officer, and she's kind of like contemplating her life choices because there are ships blowing up all around her, and it's kind of unsure what's going to happen, like what would they even manage to do. Like it's kind of a desperate escape from the planet. And then I will ask Gerry to kindly read the end of the Doomsday Part 2 story. That is basically the conclusion of the campaign. And instead of trying to explain it to you, I think we can read the actual text. It will be a lot better.
An enormous battle cruiser has appeared, dwarfing them all. Its hull bears a huge corporate emblem, a line of white circular motifs. Erica's heart skips a beat. She recognizes that insignia, even that ship. But something's not right. The vessel's name and GCPS docking number, normally marked in vast characters, has been defaced. The metal deliberately scorched black. She sinks down into the co-pilot's chair, thought racing. The ship's speaker system crackles to life, a cold voice cutting through the tension. All survivors, lay down your weapons. Repeat, lay down your weapons. Prepare to be boarded. Erica looks up again at the massive cruiser and its obliterated markings. Old memories fire in her brain of half-whispered schemes in an officer's mess, boastful dreams of drunken friends quickly hushed by comrades during shore leave. And as the pieces start to fall into place, she doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Those idiots, she thinks. Those fools, they'd actually gone and done it. Bam, bam, bam.
To be continued in 2025. So I don't know what you guys make out of this, but to me, that's the preparation work to Rebels coming to Firefight.
I think you're exactly right, Clem.
Sounds like looted GCPS stuff
and
in the
possibly Nameless also, because otherwise why are they talking about the Nameless?
I'll go one further. And I was looking for it while you were chatting. I was listening to you, Clem. I wasn't completely ignoring you, but I was looking for something in particular. After the campaign, or just before the campaign closed, Ronnie came out and went, yes, we're doing Rebels. And if we get ... so many Facebook likes or so many YouTube subscribers or a mixture of both, then we'll start showing previews and we'll push it ahead earlier. But I can't find where he said that. And now I'm thinking, was I drunk? Well, yes, obviously. Was it a fever dream?
Gerry,
or did it actually happen?
Possibly you were drunk, but also very likely he was also drunk. So the pub would be, that's my guess. Yes.
We do it. No, but it was an official announcement. It came up on the blog or something, and I can't for the life of me find what it was or where he said it or what people need to do. But somebody out there will know. Rebs are coming.
Dear listener, please tell us on the Discord or the Facebook page.
Subscribe to everything. Just everything that has Mantic on it. Subscribe. The Mantic Wiki, subscribe. The Warpath Wiki, subscribe. Really good. Who knows?
I think this is one of the issues they have is just getting eyeballs on things. And yes, I think when the marketing team came on the show, they were saying, look, subscribe to stuff. That really helps us. So it's really good. Super.
Yeah, I really found, I mean, it's not very sophisticated stuff, right? Like it's just a few stories, like 6 or 8 short stories. But I found it an interesting story just to move forward a bit the plot, or like also announce what they will be coming up with next for Firefight and Deadzone, obviously. So yeah, I'm very much looking forward to yet another way to use GCPS models as Rebels, plus added Rebel-specific stuff, and potentially new GCPS stuff that is also Maze and Ladder, is also Rebels, because then it's the same kit that you can sell to more people. And as you said also, Chris, Nameless, definitely they were kind of the stars of the show alongside the Night Stalkers. And given that they come for Epic Warpath, that there is a lot more art that is coming out for it. There are a bunch of new models, new sculpts, and so on that are coming up from it in 10 mil scale, obviously. But once you have this type of design and concepts, then very likely, or at least I hope, sometime in 25 we'll see some Nameless in FireFight as well. So,
to be honest, I already have a big enough Nameless collection to play them in FireFight. I really like the models. Bought up someone else's collection a while ago. I've definitely got 1,000 points. Hey, Clem, you did brilliantly there. Well done, buddy. And Gerry, that was beautiful reading. Thank you so much. Really lovely.
My teacher said I would amount to nothing.
Did they really, or is that just something people say?
I never listened to them.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I imagine mine said something pretty similar. Hey, Dave's so Clem, really well done, and Gerry, beautiful reading. So Dave's just said so Dave's had to drop off, but he thinks it's odd that Blaine is also in Kings of War, same as Night Stalkers. Is Blaine from the same place that Night Stalkers are? Oh, that's interesting. So I think he's trying to link it in as to why the character Blaine is in a couple of universes. I think, didn't we have this conversation with Steve Hildrew ages ago where he said it was like the Wheel of Time or something where different heroes will come back? Oh, and Gerry, I've got the first 2 audiobooks of the Wheel of Time series. I've never listened to them. So based on your feedback last episode, so I'm going to, so when I get a chance, I'll be giving that a listen.
This is Rob Fnuff from the Countercharge Podcast, and you're listening to the Mantic Universe Podcast.
Clem.
I'm not sure. I think to me, there is a bit of Blaine is kind of a bit of a joke character, like a writing device, right? Like you need a all-powerful, mysterious mercenary, and it's Blaine, and that's it. Like, from what I understand, in every single game that they've done, there's always kind of as a reward, like for the Kickstarter or as a joke, right? Like there is a Blaine
special
model. I think in Vanguard there is a Blaine profile, right?
Blaine and Vanguard, 2 Blaines for Kings of War, because you've got one mounted on a lizard-like raptor creature, which has not appeared in any other army anywhere. Dreadball, he was in the first Kickstarter. Dreadball Extreme, he's one of the managers of the teams, so you get him in the standard box, not just for the Kickstarter. And then we've had 2 versions for Deadzone / FireFight Warpath.
Yeah, there's him on a jet bike or something, isn't there?
Him on a jet bike, which I think you can still get from
for the
points. Yeah, you can still get the jet bike one, and then one in a massive suit of Enforcer armor. And
that's right.
And then
I think he's on the vault also.
He's on the vault as well, yeah. And then they have one that's available that you can pick up either the STL or they will make one. That's a brand new one that they did for the Edge of Insanity. So he's been kicking around the universe for a while, and obviously he was in Dungeon Saga and Star Saga as well. Star Saga, he is the mercenary that sends everybody out to play. He's
the main guy.
Yeah, he's the poster boy that Mantic came up with before Fisty Glueman became the hero that we all needed. If only somebody had invented Fisty Glueman first, Mantic wouldn't have needed to worry about coming up with Blaine. But I like the fact that he's the interdimensional hopper, although I think they've lent more on his sci-fi persona these days. I don't think we'll see him back in a fantasy setting again.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think for me, it's we've had kind of this discussion also about Magua, in Pannithor, where I have an argument to say that Magua could also just be like a legendary name. Like kind of like how many Napoleons are there? Well, just go visit a psych ward and you'll find tons of them, right? And so this, to me, Magua definitely. So obviously in the Ascent of the Goblin King book, there is a story about at least one of them, right? But I think an argument could be made that there could be more of them. And for Blaine, it's the same. Like maybe it's just not one human or even one individual, and maybe it's more like a secret whatever organization, or maybe it's just an alias that several people take, and you can never kill him because if you kill him, someone else takes the helmet.
It's a title rather than an individual. Blaine is the 007 of Mantic.
Yeah, exactly.
So clever.
That's exactly.
That was so clever when they did that for Magua, though, because you get back to that. Hang on a second. How has this goblin survived for so long? Well, no, he hasn't. Yeah, it's. I think it's just such an elegant solution to that. All goblins live very short, very violent lives, except Magua, who's always there. So I think it's genius.
It's not canon that Magua is actually several people. I think the canon is there is literally just one guy, but I make the argument that it's even more interesting. It's like the 007, as Gerry just said. Like it's just the Napoleon, or like the name that's where every crazy person takes to say, no, I'm Magua, or I'm Blaine.
Caesar, like saying it's Caesar.
Exactly. Yeah.
Super. That's really interesting, guys. Well done. Super. Should we move on to some listener questions?
I think it's time for it.
Yes, perfect, Clem. So we mentioned him earlier. Your friend of mine, Martin Hawk in Berlin. Hello, Martin. That sounded very unfriendly the way I said hello there. That wasn't intended. What's your thoughts about narrative gaming in Kings of War, Deadzone, and FireFight? And should Mantic expand or add something for it? And he's got a second question, so maybe we just deal with that first and then move on. Yes, I think we very much like narrative gaming. I feel like at the moment I'm very happy to do my own thing. I owe the Mantilore podcast a 3-game narrative campaign, which I still haven't written. But I feel like we've hit a good balance. It would probably help other gamers, because I found actually us doing our narrative stuff, for example, us going to Clash of Kings with a narrative in mind, we're doing our own narrative thing. I feel like lots of people were really excited at the idea, but were almost not aware that was a thing, that was an option, right? So perhaps maybe if Mantic encourage people, it's because Clem, you'll go and do your own thing and get fun out of stuff, but I almost need permission to do it, but now I feel like I have permission. So maybe some people are like, oh yeah. So maybe we just need to make people go, no, it's really, we're playing with toy soldiers. If you want to make up a little extra layer of narrative, it's really okay. Everything's all right. It's fun.
I think some of it is kind of like showing examples of how can you do it, right? Like provide some tools, because not everyone has the time to come up with crazy stories, or maybe some people are more afraid, as you just said, like where do we even start? So what could I even do? So maybe I think fleshing out the universe even more and like publishing short stories or even like full books really helps people just get more immersed into the stories. I just want to say again, like we mentioned it a few times, I really don't think there is an opposition between narrative gaming and competitive gaming, or like balance or not balance and so on. I think the fact that Kings of War and FireFight and Deadzone and like most of the Mantic games are really well written rule sets, really balanced, it gives you the freedom to also play cool stories, right? Because then you don't get bogged down by the rules that just you don't know how it works, or like it's a hassle to play it. And
yeah, just because it's a good rule system doesn't mean you can't have brilliant narrative gaming as well.
Exactly. Like it works really well in a tournament, like hardcore tournament setting, very competitive.
But it doesn't mean it's not binary. It doesn't mean right. Therefore, you can't have a good narrative game.
Exactly. And I would argue it's the opposite. It's because it's so good, it works so well as a game system. It means it can free you to do your narrative on top, if that's what
I agree with you, Clem. I agree with you.
Yeah. So I think what Mantic can expand or add for it is maybe they could collect some existing scenarios, or like some campaigns, or like seed some ideas of cool stuff to play. Like, okay, I'm convinced by your latest product. I'm buying the new Force of the Abyss, and I'm buying the Trident Realm because there's a new 2-player starter set that is really cool and affordable and so on. So I get it. Now, what are the stories around it? Like, please give me some pointers, some starting points. And they already do it, right? Like, I think they can just still do more of it and give more exposure to it so that people realize, oh, no, that's another way to look at the game and not just, hey, what is the most optimized list that I can come up with? Sorry,
buddy, can I interrupt you there? Sure. When we say Mantic can do more, what do we actually mean by that? Like, if Ronnie was listening to this conversation, he'd go, yeah, great, but what specifically do you want me to do?
No, so again, I think maybe some scenarios and so on, but ultimately when I think about it, when you actually open the 2-player starter sets in the booklet that is in there, like the introductory booklet, not the rule book, there is a bunch of this already, right? There are some stories, there are some special scenarios, there are lists that you can build with the content of the box. So they do all of this already. They just need more exposure to this so that more people realize this is a legit way to play the game. Dave.
Just to add on to that, I mean, how hard was it for the new Clash of Kings book just to add a scenario of that war? Was it the war of the... the battle of what was the battle that was in that 2025? Give me just 2 seconds. Sorry to bring things to a halt, but I'm just trying to find...
No worries, buddy. I mean, Dead Air is really the best kind of podcast.
Because we talked about it, didn't we?
The Deepwater Crusade, the Trident Realm.
That's right, the Deepwater Crusade. I mean, having a battle of the Trident Realms and the Forces of Abyss, of just having like a scenario battle in the book, in the Clash of Kings book, of like 2 example armies fighting each other, something like that. That would have been a good way of introducing someone to Kings of War. Of like they instead of getting a box, they could just get the book and then go, all right, if I just wanted to do it myself, what do I need to do? This is the armies, this is the makeup of it, and they could just run that scenario, and that's just, that could be a 1-pager in the Clash of Kings book.
Yeah, and I often think it would be cool if you had, for example, a GC, like, for example, if you buy the GCPS starter faction box, let's say, for example, the Strike Force box, it'd be cool if in the to build, you just had a little bit of blurb on 2 or 3 different corporations, and it just explained, these guys love to wear blue armor, and they have tons of money, and they tend to like this kind of weapon or this kind of vehicle, and they're from such and such planet, or something like that. That would be cool, because then it would get into the point where it's almost like Space Marine chapters, right? It's you buy the basic models and then you kind of take them in whatever direction you want to, and the narrative gets wrapped up into that.
Yeah, it's a barrier of entry of just giving so many just entry points to it. So like this entry point is just you just buy the Clash of Kings book, and this is a scenario if you just want to play a game, and just opening a lot more doors for people just to pick up the game on a whim, instead of kind of needing to, if they want to build an army, you have to, go online and do all that kind of stuff. Just make it a little bit simple, because people sometimes just like some simplicity nowadays, especially how a lot of the time we're, what's the TikTok generation, they're too lazy to watch a long video. They just want a 1-pager, and then there you go.
Maybe there could be even like a couple of tables where you roll a D20, and it's like, okay, I'm creating my own corporation, and it's like, okay, I rolled a 2. That's the first word is Wayland, and I've rolled a 6. Okay, the second word is Yutani, and then and my corporation make crackers.
Too many corporations. I try to catalog all the corporations on the wiki, on the Warpath wiki, and it's just so many. There's just so many.
But what I love as well, Dave, is like to try and link that to kind of play style or, list building or something. So it's kind of like to have a little bit of that sort of authenticity.
Yeah, I think yes. And personally, I like the freedom. So I don't want that if I paint my GCPS red, then they become blood angels. Absolutely necessarily. I want some seeds of ideas. I don't want catalog that this is how it is and not some other way. You know what I mean? Like so there's kind of a thin line here, but
you basically just want the customization to be there still. Like have the grounded lore, but there is an element of customization. You can make it into your own unique thing.
Exactly. Yes, I don't want to tell someone come to me and say, no, your story is wrong and you should be doing this instead. It's like, no, this is my story. I do what I want.
But I think as well, actually, Clem, we're really, really lucky in as much as those kinds of people don't tend to play Mantic Games. So I think
not yet.
Not yet.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the not yet is a big one, because a lot of the I mean, I hate to use the term, but look at 40K. There's just so many different reasons people play 40K and different ways they play it. I think
some of which are very confusing, aren't they, Clem? Yeah. Sorry, Clem was explaining earlier why he was playing Kill Team. He explained that for a long time. I still have no idea why he was playing Kill Team. Sorry, Dave. I'll stop interrupting.
No, that's made my point. It's the fact of you want to let the door be open to play it that way, even though people aren't there yet. Have the option to go down that direction, because there's bound to be a lot of people that I'm personally a very lore-based person. So I mean, I do build armies, even though I never played the game. I still build armies, and I do tie in my own lore there. But I also do want it to make sense in the world. Otherwise, I don't want it to feel too out of place. I like the hypothetical of I ever become rich enough, I buy Mantic and I can just plot my own army into the world if I wanted to. So I think just having that door open is really important, just from a creativity and customization point of view. So I completely get where you're coming from there, Clem.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully you can do both, right? So either you can say, look, if you don't want to do the work yourself, you can pick one of these 5 ones we've created for you, or you can do whatever the heck you like, or a bit of both.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. It's important to have some inspiration, and then still have the freedom to do whatever you want out of it. That's what I want.
Can I just briefly chuck this one at you?
I'd be delighted.
So we've had several campaign books over the years. Clash of Kings has been going since 2nd edition. We've had a whole host of campaigns. There's a little New Zealand company called Battlefront. They do Flames of War, which is a World War II game. They have in the past done campaign books. So they've done one for Normandy. And in the Normandy book, it has a series of scenarios that are based on historical scenarios. They're 2 pages. Page 1, backstory and map. Page 2, order of battle, if you want to do a historical recreation of the fight. So it was this company against this company. This is what they had on the ground. And then underneath, if you want to play with your own forces, if you don't have the 21st SS Panzer Company, whatever it happens to be, then you can refight it with your own stuff. But it was an infantry heavy army, or it was an armor heavy army, ... There are people playing now who have not seen the Halpy campaign. They won't have picked up the Clash of Kings from 2022 or whatever it happens to be. I'm looking on my shelf here at the moment to see what's beside me.
The Halpy's Rift, right?
Yeah. So Clash of Kings goes back to 2018, he says.
Yeah, it's 20. I've got them behind me as well.
Yeah, so 2018 is the first one. So there are historic campaigns for Kings of War now. There are actual historical fights that people around the world played at the time, and we know what the results were. Loosely, we don't know, every in and out, but what they could do is go, here is your historical campaigns for Kings of War. They don't need to be printed. They could put these on the website for people who want to do narrative things. And the same with Warpath, Deadzone, Firefight. Now that they're starting to get on in a few years, they've multiple editions. They've done worldwide campaigns. People could be playing the Edge of Sanity campaign, historical refights in a year or so, where they go, here's a game, here's who fought, and it can be bullshit. They don't need to have actual lists, but they can go, Halpy's Rift, Forces of Nature were here with the Green Lady. They fought against the Abyssal Dwarves. This was the outcome historically, but here's what you do in your scenario to make it this particular fight, and either reuse the rules that they had from the campaign, or maybe make up a few scenarios that are specific to give the feeling of the campaign, but give it slightly different style of game. You're playing a last man standing, you're playing a breakthrough mission, whatever it happens to be. Bump, throw a couple of scenario special rules in, add in some weather or terrain that you need to have or that should be set up, and then let people play it or adjust it as they will. But that would be a great way of introducing more narrative by rerunning narratives that we've already played ourselves. I mean, I haven't played any of the 2018 campaign stuff since 2018. We're now 7 years after that. Christ on a bike. So there's already stuff there for narrative gamers that some people haven't played. They should just lean on that more.
Yeah, Hellfire and Stone. Looking back on it, do you remember Hellfire and Stone? I wasn't around for that. That was the first edition Hellfire and Stone. It was dwarves versus abyssal dwarves. And now that the story has evolved, those dwarves that fought in that campaign were actually free dwarves. They weren't actually dwarves. So it changes the entire campaign because you're now playing with even a different faction is actually on one side of it. So it's Hellfire and Stone is one of those ones that I reread it. Oh, not reread it. I read it for the first time because I got a digital copy. And I was blown away. Like, this needs to be like modern day. This is what they should be doing every year, this kind of thing. Because it's a narrative campaign. They've even got one which is basically replicates the movie 300. Of like to the death kind of deal, and there's I think it was Leon Hardax, I believe his name was the dwarf, and you pretty much the goal is to last to a particular turn, and you're going to die. You know, you will eventually die, but you get the benefits of in the next campaign mission right after that of how long you lasted for, and that looking at that, I would love for that. I want people to read that. The fact that there's no ability right now for anyone to just buy it for $5 or just to like be on the campaign, this should be something that you should be able to get on a subscription. Of once you sign up for the companion, you get this PDF. And yes, the rules are out of date. Yes, it's all that. But from the lore point of view, from what you could do, you can model a lot of other campaigns based off the structure. It's a gem that's just lost for time, and I don't understand why they don't just throw it back on. Sorry.
Maybe if you just sign up for the companion, you don't. It doesn't even cost you anything. Just sign up for the Mantic newsletter or something. Just get your detail, give them your details. And I think you're exactly right, Dave, because the idea of all this work and love went into this, and now it's suddenly becomes quote unquote worthless almost.
I mean,
but
some of it
it's brilliant.
Some of it they give, right? Like the Warpath source book is for free as a download. I just wanted to say something on Gerry, your idea there. I like it, and it kind of reminds me of. So I don't have experience with the game you mentioned, but I played Bolt Action quite a bit. In Bolt Action, there's something similar, like this the theater books, and they give you like special scenarios, special armies for this location, that location, and so on and so forth. From a gamer's perspective, what I find very interesting is it gives you a challenge, because if you take the army book, like for whatever, like forces of Britain or US or Germany, whatever, you have everything available, like all the tanks, all the special infantry, whatever, and then you can build a over-optimized army list and win tournaments with it. Or you can go and try to replay this difficult battle, and then you start with your right hand behind your back and a wooden sword, because on this particular battle, you couldn't have any heavy tanks. You only had whatever brigade of infantry was there. And so I think from a gaming perspective, you could do this also for Kings of War and say, kind of like what you did, Chris, right, with your Northern Alliance army. You didn't build the most optimized Northern Alliance tournament army list that you could write. You wrote one that is kind of makes sense with the story that you came up with, and turns out to be more infantry, and it's a bit more of a challenge to play it. Turns out it's still very interesting, and you still did well with it, and so on and so forth. But you would never have built this list if you didn't have a narrative for it.
Exactly.
And so I think one thing you could do from the game design perspective is really have almost level designers type of people involved. Let's say, okay, I have, let's say, the dwarves. Most people will play the dwarves with this unit, this unit, this unit, because that's what's good. Now, what happens if I write a story that justifies that actually these units are not available because you're defending this fortress, whatever, and now I give you the challenge of you need to play with these other units that are not as usual in the list that people will write on their own. And then it gives you another excuse to play the same army, or like different miniatures that you maybe didn't put on the table. And then you play the same army, but again, from a different perspective, right?
And it'll have the extra advantage that you'll probably end up taking units that you would never normally look at if you're just looking at it from a competitive point of view, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And then I think it can bring a very satisfying gaming experience. I remember what I liked the most with Bolt Action were the asymmetrical scenarios. Like one faction has 600 points and the other one has like 2,000 points. But the victory conditions are completely different, right? Or victory doesn't even matter, right? It's just you play a very, very challenging game and you need to make the most of what you have. And it's completely unfair, but it's very fun.
But so the objective for both teams is not the same, right? Both factions. One is trying to win the battle outright, and the other one is trying to make it a Pyrrhic victory for the opponent, or trying to get some data off the battlefield before they're destroyed. They have no chance of winning, quote unquote, winning the battle. It's not even a battle. It's just trying to survive or something. It's a totally different thing, and it's super interesting. Yeah.
I think one additional benefit. Sorry, Gerry. Oh yeah, okay. Well, I was going to say there, like, it's all well and good thinking like, narrative, this will be really cool. What from a business end, because at the end of the day, this is why Mantic will do anything, is from monetary. What advantage will it give them to doing this? And in my perspective, it will give them an opportunity to flesh out their model range, filling in the gaps that they've got left empty without needing to do a whole army refresh. So they can bring up a scenario and go, all right, this particular unit we haven't had yet, we're going to have a narrative scenario, but introduce this unit, put that on a website, allow it to be bought, but all the other units are already there. So it will give them an excuse to release something to their model range without needing to do a full refresh or a full kind of thing. And they could do that with the Clash of Kings. They could just release it, and with inside of Clash of Kings, they have the narrative scenario, and there's now this particular model, which it could be completely irrelevant to the other armies they're refreshing. And in that way, the two birds with one stone. One, they're giving us narrative stuff, but they're also adding something to their pile of models and so forth.
I love the idea of getting models on the table that you wouldn't otherwise take. I think that's great.
Yep, sounds good to me. Chris, you wanted to talk about Trial and Realm.
Yes, so Dave, while we have you on, and it is, we are pushed for time, dear listener. But Dave, I just wanted to ask a question. So I was just when I was listening to the brilliant lore episode you did with Mark, and you were talking very eloquently about the Trident Realm and the Abyss, and how it's super cool. So we haven't. So basically, it seems like in the story that the forces of the Abyss have sort of been out of it. They haven't. They've just been fighting under the ocean. So does this
time was differently for the forces of the Abyss. So like they got defeated, but when they go back to the force to the Abyss, time goes a lot faster.
So they have longer to lick their wounds and come back.
Correct.
So it seems like they've
got a short amount of time,
right?
So Harpy's Rift was only a couple of years ago, but they've been down there for like 20, 30 years, something like that. They're
licking their wounds. Yes. Basically, so does this now mean that Trident Realm need to be moved to the good faction?
Oh, I mean, you could say that about a few factions. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's good in the sense of their job is to protect that last shard, so Oskin's axe doesn't get reformed, right? That if the Basileans came around and try and take them, they will fight the Basileans too. They will fight anyone that will try and take it. So whether you deem that as good or not, like if a good guy comes along and tries to take it, they're going to fight them.
But would they try and negotiate to them and say, "Hey guys, let's not fight"?
I don't think they're trying to negotiate.
So
they don't care. They'll be just like, they're not diplomats. They're just like, our job, because like brave Chiron saved us. He put us in charge here to look after this thing. We're going to look after this thing no matter what. I mean, if the Green Lady was there or brave Chiron there, which we saw in the lore of the Clash of Kings, they're still alive during this time, so they would be able to influence maybe that interaction. But we have seen the Trident Realms just come out from the sea, take what they want, and then go away. And that's their one job. Their job, because they are still secretive. They're still a secretive society, and they're still trying to hide. So I don't know whether they'll be good. I think they're doing a good thing.
Brainless monomaniacs. That's all, Chris.
They're also psychic as well, so that doesn't help. But yeah, I wouldn't say they're good. I would say they are doing a good thing, and they will do bad things to continue that good thing.
But so with Basilia, though, right? and they're very corrupt.
No, they're the good guys.
Aliens look at the shining ones. The shining ones.
They're only the good guys because they say they're the good guys. That's the literally.
Everyone's a good guy based off.
That's the textbook definition of being the good guys, Chris.
Yeah,
you have the power to say it, so you say it, and
they are the classic D&D lawful good, and lawful good can be as brutal and as vicious as chaotic evil, because it's everything is black and white. Somebody's tainted you have to die. I hope you weren't talking to your family at the time, because they'll have to die as well, because we need to cut this out root and branch. So, but they are good, but they're the extreme level of good. So I don't think the Trident Realms will ever hit that point. I like where the Trident Realms are from the point of view that they have a god. It's not the same god that the people on land have, and if they need to go into the water every now and again and bubble at Ryla, then they will do this thing. And someday Cthulhu will rise up and stroke their heads and go, "That's all very nice," and then eat the world, and it'll all be solved. But until that happens, it's best not to piss them off.
Yeah, because if Basilian ship came into their territory and was going to, with the ambition to steal something of theirs, they would kill them. They would take them prisoner. They'll kill them. And I think that's more neutral than good.
Sensible policies for a happy ocean. Yes.
Yeah,
very good.
I'm on board, or overboard.
And I like that. I like a savage kind of like race like that. You don't always need people to be good or bad. Sometimes in the middle, doing good things for the right reasons, but doing bad things for the right reasons as well.
This is Ronnie Renton, and you are listening to the Mantic Universe podcast.
See, I always think the best baddies, and we're getting well into the weeds now, but this is fun. I always think the best baddies are sympathetic. They were trying to, the part, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. The baddies who are, I'm evil because I love the attention. That's really dull. Whereas if you have someone who is, quite a tragic, pitiable character.
I don't know. Joffrey from Game of Thrones was a really good bad guy.
That's true. Well, I mean,
and he was bad. There was no redeeming qualities of Joffrey. Come on.
I don't know. He loved his mum.
Let's listen to Chris defend Joffrey from Game of Thrones.
I'll give it a good go. He was, consistent in a way. He
was consistent. I don't think that's an element of redeemable of being consistent.
He was reliable. He was consistent and reliable.
He made decisions. Quickly,
he was bold.
You realize you're describing everyone.
Well,
he was also bold.
Hamlet doesn't make decisions quickly. Yeah, he had a lovely hair, didn't he?
Sometimes a bad guy can be a good bad guy if they're written right. I think a bad guy sometimes,
He was going to give the Lannisters an heir, probably. Maybe a son. That's not bad. He was bad, but
he had a great vision for his dynasty and so on. So it's from the expectations that were placed upon him, he was doing great. So
I was listening to a really good history podcast recently, and they were saying there was an expert on who was saying actually you can absolutely a monarchy can absolutely get by having a poor king, or poor person in charge. What they can't do is have someone who's unpredictable. So if you're basically a completely crap king, that's fine as long as you're predictable and everyone else can sort of work around you. It's when you're unpredictable that everything goes mad, because you might be having someone executed last week and maybe it's for a totally different reason this week. That's what you can't have. You can be totally incompetent, totally fine, but yes, good.
Should we move on to question 1.2?
Let's move on to Martin's second question. We may not be doing topic of the month this month, guys. Spoiler alert. How could the ambush mode for Kings of War be expanded? Be more exciting? ? Do you see? And then we have a third question. Yes, I think we can do this one quickly. I don't think ambush mode needs to be expanded, and I don't think it needs to be any more exciting. I think it's great.
I agree with this. I've heard rumors that they want to make it more of a standalone game and so on. I'm not sure what to expect from this. I wouldn't change much to Ambush right now. I think it fits perfectly what it's supposed to be doing.
And I think if you silo it anymore, it might confuse players that it's a different game. So I mean, I love it where it is. It's a brilliant. It's the perfect step into Kings of War.
Maybe one thing that I would do for Ambush though is support. Yes, support new players better. Like maybe rethink some of the boxes, or like help people. By basically what we've discussed at some point, like the Combat Patrol or Spearhead format, like buy this box and then you have a playable army, you have a playable list, or even 5 different playable lists. It's sort of already the case today. Like if you buy an army box or a mega army box, you most likely will make a good ambush list out of it, but maybe they could work even further in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, most of those boxes weren't designed with ambush in mind. So I would, if it was down to me, I would redesign the whole thing from ambush on up.
Yeah, no, exactly. So for me, that would be the main thing. But from the rules perspective and the game itself, I wouldn't change a thing, I guess. At least not anytime soon.
Gerry, but what about you, buddy?
I wouldn't touch it. And I like the fact that they've rejinked the formations for Kings of War to mean that the ambush boxes are automatically formations. So rather than trying to retrofit the ambush rules or the ambush sets to be something different, I like the fact that they've gone, no, this is your intro, and then when you build the full army, you've already got a formation for that army. The only other thing they could do is expand the scenarios for it to make those slightly more engaging. But I don't think they need to reinvent the wheel with the actual ambush game itself. It works fine as it is.
It would be kind of cool if there were kind of faction-specific scenarios, Basilian scenario where they, narrative scenario where they were trying to burn something down, or I don't know, what are they doing unpleasant things.
I think 2 things I would like to see more from Ambush. One is I would like to see more people embrace it for events and tournaments. Like I would love to go to an Ambush tournament or gaming day, right? Like you play 4 or 5
Frankfurt in January.
Right,
Clem.
No, but exactly. I mean, it is in the rules. Like they say, you can play the first game with half an hour and then 20 minutes and then 15 minutes on the clock or whatever it was, right? So embrace that a bit more. The other thing is how to support players that are playing Ambush to keep building up on their army. So I don't know, maybe some sort of a campaign, or like how you develop or you build on top of your Ambush force. I don't know, but it's kind of fuzzy at this point, and honestly, I don't think there is too much to change. It was a brilliant game mode, I think.
Yeah, I think I think it goes a long way to not necessarily solving, but addressing the biggest issue with Kings of War, which is how do you get people gently into a rank and flank game? That's a hard sell, and this kind of half step into Kings of War, building something that's meaningfully going to be useful when you playing the big games with your formation. It's not like you're doing Vanguard and then go, okay, am I near playing Kings of War? Well, no, not really, because it kind of works differently, as they tried to do in the olden days, right? So, yes. Sorry. I feel like sorry, Martin. I don't think we're on board with making Ambush better. I think it's brilliant. Martin's third question: do you see any gap regarding the games portfolio from Mantic Games? Is there something missing? So I'm going to say a space combat game just because. But if I'm completely honest, I already have too many excellent Mantic games and not enough time. I don't have enough time to play Walking Dead. I'd be delighted to play The Walking Dead just once in a while. If I had time, I would. I'd love to play more Armada. I think it's a great game. I'd really, really love to play it. I don't think I've played 5 games of Armada in my entire life. So
same here. Yeah, I am the same position. I think I would love kind of a Vanguard reboot with more experience in campaign based, maybe.
It's coming, Clem. It's coming, and I'm sure I'll be.
I already have too many games, so I don't really need it in my life, right? But that's the next thing I'm looking forward to. I think also what I mentioned earlier in the episode, some self-contained one box, like less than $50 for the box, ideally much less than $50. Very simple introductory game, and something you can gift around, or for complete beginners as kind of a gateway into the hobby. These things I think Mantic can keep doing and do more of.
Yeah, I think that's a smart idea, Clem. Gerry, what do you think, buddy?
I do think a space combat game would be fun, just because it would round out, because some people don't like fantasy. Weird, I know, but they exist. And I like the idea of having skirmish, large battle, and naval game for Kings, and then have it for sci-fi as well for Warpath universe. And then vice versa, if Warpath goes well at 10 mil, have a small scale fantasy game, but they need to make it different, noticeably different from Kings of War, not just smaller Kings of War.
Yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right, Gerry.
Yeah, I hope Mantic never redoes War Master in Pannithor, because I would go broke if they do.
I think
that would be my jam.
I think one of the issues Mantic has is that they have a small, very loyal, very passionate fan base. But when Mantic bring out a new game, we tend to buy it, but it's the same people. And I think ultimately what they need to do is, like with Halo, that's been a brilliant example of how they can attract a load of new people, fresh blood into the hobby or into buying Mantic stuff. And it's how you then translate that. Maybe if people buy a Halo starter box, if even a small percentage of them then go on to buy Deadzone or buy a Kings of War army or something, it'd be brilliant, right? So how do you bring in new people and get them to invest and stick around in the Mantic, universes? It's a tricky one.
For me personally, I would love for them to bring back Star Saga, because that was gone by the time I kind of got into Mantic, and I think that kind of hits that space or a Morheim version of it, either in the Kings of War universe or in the Warpath universe, just Morheim. I love that. That was the game that really got me into tabletop gaming, because I had models before that. I had some Warhammer, but Morheim I played when I was growing up, and I love that. And that is still, people look back on that game and really like it. I think a game like that, Vanguard's kind of hit it, but not really. I think Morheim is
yeah,
I think you could do really cool things. Yeah.
Clem's the same, but replace Mordheim with Necromunda, right, Clem?
Yeah, no, that's what I meant when I said the experience campaign-based game is Mordheim or Necromunda, the old version, where actually a good half of the game is playing the campaign, and the campaign system actually works, which is surprisingly rare. Many games just don't do it very well, and I think that's a different dimension to play, and that could be interesting.
I reckon they could do a campaign for Halo. Because if you look at the Halo levels, just redo the levels and just make grunt figures and just put them on the table, and you could actually play by yourself, kind of like Dungeon Saga and Origins, and you could just do a Halo campaign. I think that would be really cool.
It's an interesting one, Dave, because I think what they've introduced so far is basically the Halo multiplayer mode, right? And that is faceless guys, you're fighting back and forth, and then at the end of the round, everything is resolved, one team won and one team lost. That's not really campaign stuff. But then, of course, the big chunk of Halo, and to be honest, the bit I was more interested in, is the sort of the single, or, you can play 2-player with your friend, or 4-player, even playing the story mode. And that's, I think, where you'd have more sort of fertile ground for doing that, playing level to level or something like that. Super. Okay, guys, if we've covered that one, let's move on to the next question. Okay.
It's the Master Chef.
I'm
showing off my Halo helmet. I've got Master Chief's helmet.
I used to have, I think it came, I got the Halo 3 special edition, I think, that came with one of those. And,
this is it. This is it.
Sadly, when I left London, I decided to chuck it. And that was what a mistake. Oh, okay. And Jerry's now got a Sith. Is it a Sith Lord's helmet? I'm going to say.
It's Kylo Ren. No one knows
Kylo Ren. Don't worry. Kylo Ren was great. I've also got full Stormtrooper armor and a whole host of other things because Star Wars. It's great.
Right. Before I start asking Gerry questions about Star Wars, super. Tom Freeman. Hey, Tom. It's basically all the questions this month are just from our friends. Hey, Tom, which is the best way. Would you like to hear about how I tried using narrative in my first time running a Wii tournament? Actual question for the pod. If someone was coming round who had never played a Mantic game before, but was willing to try anything, which one would you show them and why? Okay.
So yes to the question.
Yeah, Tom, we'd be delighted to hear how your narrative went. I'm fascinated. And the actual question for the pod, maybe I wasn't supposed to read the first bit out, but I don't think we've incriminated anyone too terribly with this. If someone was coming around who had never played a Mantic game before, but was willing to try anything, which one would you show them and why? I would go either Deadzone or King's War Ambush, I think, depending on the person.
Yeah, pretty much depending what they're interested in, right? Depends on what they're coming to you for, right? Or maybe they play a lot of, let's say, Kill Team, and that's all they know, and they think it's a great game because they don't know anything else. And you want to show them, well, you could also play a game that's actually fun. Try Deadzone, right?
I tell you what, buddy,
you wouldn't tell.
I've got to be super. I've got to watch what I say a lot more because I've really fallen into the trap recently of, you guys are playing, 40k. Obviously, this game is absolute garbage. How about you come and try a fun game? That is not the way to go, right? And I need to be a little bit more careful. Obviously, the game you're playing is awful, guys, right?
No, of course not.
We have a better option.
This is not what you say. It's like, oh, I see you really like sci-fi, like more shooty stuff, and you like skirmish. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I have another one if you want to try a variation, like see something different, but still the same that you also like.
Funnily enough, there was a friend of Caleb's was at the Multiversum thing, and he only plays GW games. So, so I sort of said, play Mantic games. And he'd never heard of Mantic. So it was like, like Deadzone. Or it was like, okay, never heard of any of those. And then he was like, or we can play a Games Workshop game. I was like, I'm literally never going to, but I'll die before I play 40k again. So that didn't go very well. I trying to meet in the middle somehow didn't quite pay off.
I mean, meet in the middle never works, right? Like hey, I'm going to play your game and then you play mine. It's like, nah, it's rarely, from my experience at least, that's not how people function.
Whenever I've had that agreement where if you play my game, I will also play your game with you. That's happened to me twice. Both situations, I bought an army to play whatever game they wanted to play, and they never reciprocated and went, I don't know, my wife said I can't, it's like, okay.
Yeah, or even if they do, then no one's really happy about it because people have different expectations from different games. And so if someone is really genuinely not interested, there's nothing that you
there's nothing there them. To yeah good point, Clem. Why are we even trying? Good. Gerry, anything to add to that question before we move on to the next one?
Yes, I want to see everything you've been doing because I'm an absolute whore for battle reports, and I have a real problem with the people who won't play such and such game, so much so that should probably be a topic some month, because if I start now it's at least 2 hours of me just going off on one. So we'll not do that now. Yes. If I was going to introduce somebody, I think the first thing is ask the genre. If they want to play fantasy, Ambush is great. If they want to play sci-fi, I would definitely go Deadzone because of the speed you can play them at. And if they fancy something different, I would throw Walking Dead or Dreadball in there as well. But yeah, I think it comes down to people's taste, because I know some Tolkien fans who love fantasy and would never touch sci-fi, so there's no point in going Deadzone's the way to go. So kind of you have to almost tailor it to the person, but definitely the quicker fast play games are key, I think, for getting new people into systems.
Yeah, absolutely, buddy. And last question for today, Zakama has asked, could somebody explain the various tournament setups and score tracking stuff? If one were to say be interested in setting up an event, what things should that person hypothetically consider? Okay, so this is very exciting. So yes, I mean, I imagine you're talking about setting up a Firefight or Deadzone tournament. There are various different ways. So obviously there's the scoring in the book. If I wasn't sure, I would probably stick with the book. But there are, for example, Kings of War, there's various different scorings people have tried. For example, Blackjack or the Northern King scoring to try and make the scoring feel more applicable to the game. And that's, I think, that to some extent, that's a personal thing. I don't think there is such a thing as a perfect scoring system, if I'm honest. If I would personally, I think, I don't know if you guys agree, but if I was running a Mantic sci-fi event, I would just stick to the scoring in the book, and I would check to see if the app can support that. So if you submit a tournament, I would just do a little bit of testing and see, well, actually, could the players submit their scores through the app, and then it's all nice and simple. And if you stick to the rules as per Mantic, then it may make your life an awful lot easier. And yeah, what do you think, guys?
Yeah, I think first of all, I would say, what are you even trying to do, right? Like, are you trying to do a actual tournament, like competitive, and you really want to rank the players from best to not as good, or are you just trying to match up players and have an enjoyable gaming weekend, or like
a similar
there's a bit
skill
more of a similar skill level, or maybe there's a bit more of a story around it? I think there are different ways to approach this. I would say from a very practical perspective, I have very limited experience in running events, but the last one I've done, I used the basic spreadsheet, right? It was like 15 people or less than 15 people. So it's still very manageable at that size. And ultimately, you can also just kind of improvise a little bit, like, that guy has never played with this guy, or like this guy is traveling with his other buddy from another city. Obviously, you don't want to have them play against each other in the tournament because they already do that all the time. So maybe you want to fudge the numbers a little bit so that they don't play against each other. Or maybe if you know some of the other participants.
But I'd say as well, Clem, if you're doing that, you need to be mindful of the people who are there, because if there are some people who are ultra competitive, they might not actually like that. Hang on a second.
That's what I said initially, right? Like, you have to be clear about what is the goal of the event. And I made it very clear when I did my event how I approached the stuff. And then I also knew a lot of the players, and I just also made proposals, right? Like, I think it would be a very interesting matchup if you play against that other guy, even if maybe that's not exactly what the Swiss pairing would say, right? But I think it would be an interesting game. What do you guys think? Yeah, well, maybe, or, oh no, I would rather do this, or no, that sounds actually great. So my point is, if you are running an event, you decide what it's like. Like, this is the power of the event organizer. As long as you make it clear at the beginning. Make it clear at the beginning. And then, but I think my point is, don't be afraid to, why are you even running an event? Like, think about, why are you even doing this? And then build on top of that. Like, find the tools to achieve your vision, and then share the vision with the potential participants, and then people can sign up or not. Or maybe some people can also give you feedback with it. But yeah, for me, that's
Feel free to set it on a particular planet and just having a couple of lines of a few sentences at the beginning of why we're all here, why we're fighting, because that's something that I think adds a lot of fun. Because I suspect it's not going to be a hyper competitive event. Hey guys, let's unless it has. I think we've answered that question kind of okay, guys. Anything to add?
Yeah. Well, the second part of the question, right? Like, from a very practical perspective, you need to. I mean, there's a whole side of project management to it, right? Like, you need to plan what needs to happen when, maybe bring in a good friend that can help you with some of the tasks. Make sure you have enough terrain. Blah 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 blah. Like, there's a bunch of small tasks like this, and it's just approach it like a normal project, and be kind of on top of your stuff with it.
Yeah, you're right, Clem. So obviously, I think Clem's absolutely right. Number one is get a good local friend to volunteer / bully them into helping you, and just having a wingman is really important.
Or have them travel from across the country to come and help you, right?
Coming away from Berlin, exactly, buddy, exactly. honestly, go on the Facebook Fanatics group and just ask for, someone will point you towards an experienced person who can give you a lot of tips. Obviously, if you're running, let's hypothetically say it's a Deadzone event. Okay, realistically, it's my first event I've ever run. Let's not go crazy. Let's max 10 or 12 players, right? Because that's manageable. If it all goes horribly wrong, it's not the end of the world. Then, okay, well, that means we need 10 or 12 mats, or at the very least the paper mats.
Yes.
We then need more terrain than we think we might need. And this is pretty good, Clem, right? Because I did this in Idstein a couple of years ago, right? So a year ago or so. So, don't be afraid to ask people to bring terrain or to help you make terrain or whatever you got to do. What happens if someone doesn't bring their dice? You've got to, have tokens and, stuff available just in case, have extra D8s, have extra command dice. How many games do you want to play? Which scenarios do you want? Yeah, have someone, your friend available
someone who knows
if you've got an old number. Someone, that knows the rules.
Friends.
Have some rules books. If you're in a pinch, you can ask the Facebook community, and they'll answer pretty quick. There's a lot, as Clem said, right? It's project management. There's just you've got to think through all the things that need to happen. Do you have a venue? If so, does it cost money? How much will you have to charge people? That means you can wash your face and not you're not losing a ton of money on it.
Gerry, do you want to say something on it too?
Yeah, just a couple of quick ones. First off, when you're looking to set up an event, if you don't already have a location you can use, so a gaming club or a shop that you game in on a regular basis, the way we always used to do it in the past was work on how many tables can you get in that venue. So I'm going to use quick maths here. So let's say you can have 12 tables, so you can have 24 people maximum. Work out how much it would cost for the venue for 12 tables, and then work on the principle you only sell tickets for half of that, or maybe 2/3, and that's your ticket price. Because then you don't have to worry about selling out to actually, you don't want to be ending up having to pay money out of your own pocket to run an event. So always underestimate. If you get the full sellout, you've got extra money, sweet. It can go to buying water for the tables for the day so that people have something to drink, or snacks, or extra prize support, whatever it is, but don't leave yourself short. And then when it comes to scoring and the like, things like blackjack is good because it's good if you've got really high-end players. But think about the area you're in. If it's a new area, you don't need to worry so much about the finer points of scoring and tournament systems. You probably want to focus more on building the community. So just use the simple tournament system, like Chris was saying, that's in the Clash of Kings book. And
presumably new players would much rather that than you go, okay, we're playing the blackjack rules. That should be very off-putting and confusing for them, right?
Yeah,
Sorry,
because you don't want to be adding too much unnecessary fluff around the edges. So instead just go, here we are. You get X points for win, X points for draw. Here's the scenarios. Have them relatively easy to manage. Give points for the soft scores. And anybody who's ever painted an army will tell you that's not a soft score because it's a lot of work goes into painting it. But that way it encourages your local community that you're trying to get built up and to play these games to actually sit down, paint some stuff rather than show up with a load of bases and a square base that has an arrow to show you the front and it has written on it 24 Night Stalker doppelgangers or whatever it happens to be. I would encourage the hobby side as much as you can in your initial tournament and make sure that you can confidently provide whatever it is you're providing. So tables, venue, and ticket prices need to be keyed into that. Go nuts.
And if you do have a little bit of extra money left over, as Gerry said, buy some Deadzone terrain and you have it for next time, and you're investing back in the community. And if you can, for example, I'd email Mantic and say, hey, I'm running a 10-person event. Can you do anything for me? Can you give me some card or paper Deadzone mats. But also, can you give me a couple of models or anything I can give out? They might say yes, and in which case I'd always recommend trying to give those prizes rather than to the best player. I always like to give them to new players. Obviously, if it's a new tournament, you might have a lot of new players, but I always think that's weird when there's a big tournament and then the winner gets a Mega Army box. And they shrug and go, okay, well, I'll chuck that on the massive pile. Whereas if a new player gets a Mega Army box, flipping heck, that's amazing, So, sorry, Clem.
No, I just wanted to say another thing I would advise is just go to other people's events and see them make mistakes, or see what you like in their events and what you dislike. And then that will inform you about how you run your own. I understand it might not be that easy depending on the area where you live, and maybe there aren't that many events nearby or that you can go to. But if you have the opportunity, it's definitely worth doing, because then you will see from the participants' perspective what it's like, and then build from there. The alternative from this is kind of like what Gerry said already, is one reason to run events is to build up the community. And so just get your community involved with you, right? Like we already mentioned, bring your friends to be the co-organizer, but maybe the other way to go with it is if you have 4, 5, 6 potential participants, well, then do a group chat with them and say, hey, in 2 months on that Saturday, I want to do a full day of gaming in this venue. Here are my ideas. I'm just throwing them out. What do you guys think? And then you can kind of co-create the event with the potential participants. And then that way you make sure that everyone is more involved and that it fits more the expectations of all of the participants or the people involved.
It's exactly what we've done for the Kings of War Ambush event, Clem. It's like, let's suggest some dates, get it moving, and you tie people into, and as well, the great thing about that is then, let's say, for example, we have a 12-person event, which I think it probably will be. We already know 8 of these people really well, right? So it is our community, serving our community. So it works out really nicely.
I think you mentioned also something interesting about picking a date, right? Like I've made the mistake to say, hey, I have a free Sunday in 2 weeks. I'm going to do an event in 2 weeks. And then no one can make it for that day, right? So then you have an event, and then it's like 2 people show up, and it's kind of sad. So picking up sometime that is long enough in advance, or involve your local community, like the core of the participants, early on, and say, okay, this Saturday or this Sunday doesn't work, but the week after maybe works for me. Or hey, careful, like there's the big whatever event in town that weekend, or like it's the start of school vacation, so people with kids will definitely not attend. All this type of stuff, like co-create the event with your core participants, is, I think, a good idea to maximize your chances of making it a good event.
I would also probably, particularly if it's something like Deadzone, I would also probably have 2 or 3 strike forces that people can borrow, and I would make it really clear that hey, if you don't have the models, I've got you covered. I can give you the list and the models to borrow for the event. If you're interested, I can give you the dice, etc. I mean, obviously there's a cost there to you, but if you happen to be able to offer that, I think that would be great. Also, if people make it clear, if people want to take proxy models, that's fine. I wouldn't want. I mean, for example, Clement, the event we had in Idgestein, there was a player who had his beautifully painted Eldar models as Asterians. That's totally fine. Maybe if he comes next time, maybe it'd be nice if he had Mantic models. But just try and be as welcoming as possible to get people in the door. Grey plastic is, that's fine. Maybe try and get them done for next time. We're going to have another event in 5 months. Maybe get your strike force painted up before next time. But I wouldn't sort of gatekeep. I'd just try and be as inclusive as possible, and just try and get people to come and try this brilliant game, have a great time, and they'll be much more motivated and inspired to get deeper into the hobby.
Sounds pretty good. I think that was it.
Yes. Top of the month. It is very, very late at this point. I'm intrigued by Gerry's potential rant.
I guess we'll have to have him again on the show next month or something.
Yes.
That's too bad.
The more I talk, the more that rant gets pushed back. So we just have to keep bringing me back to talk about other stuff, and then you'll never get to hear
Perfect. Perfect. This sounds great.
You should do a Mupp short just called Jerry's Rant. And it'll be just the Mupp short that will be just the entire rant.
And the short is 4 hours.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And it's, because the people that listen this far in, there are true, they're the real listeners. Let's just say the people that give up after 3 hours, we don't care about them, do we, Clem? Just want to did mention at the top of the show, we're actually looking to change things up in terms of the sound quality. Unfortunately, we didn't manage to get it sorted for this episode. We'll have to do some testing behind the scenes. There is one thing to that, and that's the service we're looking at does have a monthly cost, so it is entirely likely in the next few episodes I will come out and say, hey guys, can you give us $1 or $2 a month on a, if you can't do it, that's no worries at all. We're not going to put anything behind a paywall, but if you can afford to give us $1 or $2 a month, that would be super, and it will improve the sound quality of the show. So that's probably in the pipeline shortly. Just want to prepare people.
The content will still stay the same low level, right?
Yeah.
Maybe even worse, because with all of the extra money, Chris will go to Malaga in winter, to get some sun.
Oh, big
and
time!
And get drunk on the beach, trying to record.
Big time.
But we might have a better sound quality. Yes. We'll try.
Absolutely. Yes, and who knows? I mean, we're to be honest, I think we're going to limit it because we don't necessarily want a massive amount of money and me buying gold microphones. I don't know, but yes, we'll have to see if we do. Oh, true. But yeah, if we end up, we'll have to have a think about it. If we end up with a little pot of money, we'll try and put that back into the show or the community in some way anyway. So yes, Clem, I mean, obviously we started Mupp, because we wanted to be rich and famous and all the rest of it, right? We just assumed that would happen,
and
naturally,
all the sex also that we get from it.
Oh, big time. Absolutely. Big time. Yes, I'm expecting it to kick off any day now, Clem.
Right.
Any moment now.
It's time to go sleep. I think that's a good indication.
On that note, guys, anything before we wrap up? And of course, Mark dropped off ages ago because family calls. But thanks, Mark, for jumping on. Anything else before we wrap up the show? Jerry, anything to add before we wrap up?
Vote often, vote early.
Yes,
that's a good one.
Yep. Thanks, guys. Thanks, dear listener. Cheers, guys.